Hello there everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will continue journey hour of What If Deku Became an Orphanage Director Part 7. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe, and comment in the comment section if you want anything from me. Naya. A young woman looked at the forest in front of her, smiling eagerly, with a dangerous look in her eyes. The woman looked like an Olympic athlete, with black shorts, a black sports bra covering a body that looked like it was made of pure muscle. Her most notable traits, however, were her cat-like attributes, those being her black tail and black cat ears onto of her black hair, which was styled into a ponytail. All right, I finally found it. Who knew all I had to do was look online? The woman said in a gruff but somehow at the same time bubbly voice. Well, can't waste any more time. Let's go. And with that, the woman got down on all fours and leapt into the woods at astonishing speeds, completely missing the sign that said not to enter, lest intruders get attacked. XXXXXXXXXXX. Meanwhile, in Izuku's office, Izuku was looking through some papers, when suddenly the nearby seer went up to him. Izuku turned his attention to the seer. The seer then displayed an image of a cat-quirked woman running through the forest at high speeds, so much so that the seer that was watching her couldn't keep up, and she ran out of sight. An intruder. Izuku's eyes widened in alarm before a serious expression overtook him. What could she want? Could this be another assassin? Well, let's hope that our security system works as well as it did last time. XXXXXXXXX. As the woman ran through the forest on all fours, she heard something with her incredibly keen sense of hearing. Footsteps. Animal footsteps, and a lot of them, closing on her. Actually, she could also faintly hear something bellow her, and something flying through the air, both in between the trees and up in the sky. She looked to the side and saw a hint of the sabers that were fast approaching her. Oh, those are what they called those shadow monsters. The woman looked frustrated. As for whatever reason, she couldn't remember the name of these monsters, before figuratively shrugging it off. Who cares? The real question is, why are they chasing me? Oh, this must be a test. I know what to do here. The woman then pounced to the side, jumping on top of Saber, and biting into its neck, her feline teeth ripping apart its flesh with ease, and killing it swiftly. The other sabers that were following suddenly stopped, before turning around, and running away. They are running away. The woman tilted her head in confusion. Why? Rah! Suddenly a fleet griffin leaped down, intent on landing on the woman and holding her down, only for the woman to backflip onto the closest one's back, and bite into its neck, killing it as well, before landing on the ground. She then quickly turned and jumped up, her nails turning into sharp claws that tore into the sides of the griffins, as she used the griffins as footstools to reach the rest of them and slice through them with her claws. After cutting through about a dozen of them, she finally reached the final one and slashed its neck, killing it. Of course, now this meant she was plummeting to the ground, but she didn't seem too concerned. Once she got enough, she sunk her claws into the closest tree, which slowed her fall as she slid back to the forest floor, her claws leaving deep marks in the tree as she fell. The woman landed on her feet and took her claws out of the tree. Then, she heard something tunneling out of the ground around her, and creeps crawled out of the dirt around her, surrounding her completely. The woman smiled and readied her claws before jumping forward. She grabbed the creep by the mouth, and using her momentum, she flips it upside down and then slashes its exposed underside apart. They never stood a chance. XXXXXXXXXXX. Izuku watched as the woman tore apart the level 1 Grim with ease, like a tiger ripping apart rabbits. All right, seems this is going to be an issue. He considered just skipping security level 2 and heading to level 3. After all, it seems like this woman was rather tough and was approaching rather quickly. Well, it'll take some time for the level 3 Grim to approach, Izuku said to himself, before speaking into the seer. Send the level 2 Grim, and get the level 3 Grim ready for deployment. XXXXXXXXXXX. The woman was once again running on all fours towards the house when she heard more enemies coming towards her. Then, in front of her came a swarm of ravagers, screaming at her. Oh! The woman winced as the sound hit her ears, causing her to fold them down. She grit her teeth in anger, and bared her teeth at the swarm, ready to tear them apart. She jumped into the swarm, claws out, and slashed at the area around her, tearing apart dozens of the bat-like Grimm, before doing it again and tearing apart another dozen. The Ravagers all came at her, attempting to swarm her, and bit and slash into her flesh, but she tore them apart with her claws so easily and with such speed that it became difficult for them to get close, and any that did, she grabbed with her mouth before biting down on them, with her fangs, crushing them in her jaw. All in all, the swarm only held her in place for a few minutes and didn't get more than a couple of scratches in before they went down. Once the swarm had been dealt with, the woman proceeded to keep going on, running. She ran forward into a clearing, where she found 5 Borbotusk and a pack of 10 Beowulfs coming at her. The Borbotusks were rolling towards her Sonic the Hedgehog style and approaching her quickly. She just grinned and charged forward even faster. Then just as the two were about to collide, she reached forward, grabbed its tusks, and jumped, leaping upwards and taking the Borbotusk with her, flipping in the air, and turning the Borbotusk over, before slamming it down onto its back as she landed. She then slashed its exposed underbelly open, killing it as the other Borbotusks rolled past. The other 4 Borbotusks stopped, uncurling before charging at her. However, the woman was much faster, and she rushed past them, sinking her claws in the small lines of unguarded fur on their back, and making deep slashes in them as she ran past, killing 2 more of them. She then ran over to one of the other Borborusk and lunged forward, and thrust her claws into its side, nearly impaling the monster, killing it with ease, before running over to the last one, and kicking it over, and sinking her claws into its exposed underside. With the Borbotusk dealt with, that only left the Beowulf pack, which was quickly approaching them. But they were absolutely no issue for her at all, as the woman charged forward at alarming speeds, and expertly slicing through the throats of the wolf Grimm as she ran through the pack until she was behind them. In about 5 seconds, she murdered the entire pack. Then, 2 more Grimm came into the clearing, Ursa's to be specific. The 2 bear Grimm approached the woman, standing up on their hind legs and getting ready to slash at her, only for her to slash open their throats in a second. With those 2 dead, the woman was about to get going. 3 King Taijitu came in from all around her. The one in front of her charged at her with its black head, with its fangs bared. The woman jumped over its attack and landed on its head, and just went to town, slashing away at the back of its head, until it went limp. The white head hissed in pain and went to bite the woman, only for her to kick its lower jaw, deflecting it upwards, and giving her access to its neck, which she promptly tore into, killing it. 1 down, 2 more to go. XXXXXXXXXX. I have definitely underestimated this woman, Izuku thought nervously as he watched her tear him, Grimm, apart. She's definitely some kind of assassin. The way she kills these Grimm, tearing into their necks and heads. She's like a super predator, actually given her quirk that makes sense. Still, I need to get serious. Switch to level 3 security, Izuku told the seer, just as Ochako burst into his office. Izuku, what's going on? The seers just showed us someone running through the forest, Ochako said with an extremely concerned expression. We have an intruder, Izuku told her urgently. Tell all of your classmates and my mother, and get all the kids inside. On it, Ochako said, turning around and running back out of the room. With Ochako gone, Izuku turned back to the seer. XXXXXXXXX. After disposing of a few more Grimm along the way, the woman continued on her path through the forest. Then she heard 2 attacks coming towards her from above. Then 2 fireballs hit the ground behind her, exploding and singeing the ground. She stopped running, and 2 manticores dropped out of the sky right in front of her. The manticores quickly opened fire, shooting out fireballs at the woman, who dodged them, all with ease, jumping and flipping from side to side, elegantly yet ferociously avoiding every attack. She then charged forward, ducking under one of the manticore, and then thrusting her arm up through its jaw, impaling its head with her hand. As the Grimm died and faded away, the other one started to shoot at her again. The woman then jumped up, before diving down and axe kicking the manticore's head, caving in its skull with her heel, killing it. The bone wasn't as tough as I thought, the woman said as she got her feet. She then heard the sound of something large coming towards her, on her right. Then 2 Beringels came charging out of the tree line and were coming right at her. One charged at her, before jumping up, bringing its arms up intent on smashing her into the ground. However, the woman simply jumped up towards the brinjal and slashed its throat open. The brinjal fell to the ground, slumping over before dissipating into smoke as the woman landed on her feet and ran at other brinjal. She got real close to it, and before it could react, she jumped up, flipping on its neck, before slashing this one's neck as well, killing it. The woman jumped off the dying Grim, once again, gracefully landing on her feet. "While this is a great workout," the woman said cheerfully as she wiped some sweat off her forehead. "What a fun test." After taking a minute to stretch, she got back on all fours and started running. XXXXXXXXX. Eventually, the woman made her way to another clearing. However, this was a dead end, as she was faced with a steep cliffside. The woman stared at the cliffside for a moment. "I wonder dash." Before she could finish her thoughts, she heard something beneath her. She jumped back as a blind worm shot out of the ground. "Rah!" The bling worm screamed at her before burying itself back into the ground. She could barely hear it, tunneling under her, coming towards her. Its predictability would be its downfall. When she heard it start coming back up, she jumped back a bit, dodging as it burst out of the ground. Then she quickly jumped at it, digging her claws into its exposed belly and tearing a hole in its flesh open that was big enough for her to crawl inside, which she did. Rag! The blind worm thrashed about in pain as it felt the woman tear up its insides until eventually it flopped onto the ground and turned into smoke, eventually releasing the woman. "Hey, wasn't as bad as I thought," the woman said as all the grim guts dissipated off her. "Thought that would be grosser." As she dusted herself off, she looked back at the cliff. "I wonder if I can dash." Once again her thought was interrupted as she heard something coming towards her. Something really big and something really slow. It would likely take whatever that was a few minutes to get towards her, and she could easily avoid it. But where was the fun in that? Instead, she decided to take a bit of a break, catch her breath, do some stretches. She had no idea how long this test would be, so it was important to pace herself. And so after a few minutes of rest, it came. The Goliath. "Oh, you are a big boy." The woman licked her lips in anticipation. "Let's go." The Goliath charged at her. At the same time the woman also charged at it. She jumped up onto its back, turned around, and went to slash at the back of its neck. Since it was thick, it took a lot of slashes, but since the Goliath was so slow and heavy, it's not like it had any way to get her off its back. So all it could do was scream in pain and run around as the woman's claws dug into it. After half a minute, she managed to do enough damage to kill the thing, causing it to collapse and dissipate. "Wow, that thing's skin was pretty tough," the woman said before turning back to the cliff. "All right, let's go." The woman then ran up to the cliff and jumped onto the side, embedding her claws into the rock before climbing up the cliff. XXXXXXXXXXX. After getting to another clearing, the woman sat down behind a rock. "Phew. Man, this forest is big." She sat down for a bit, resting her feet after all that running and fighting, before looking towards the forest. "Hey, you've been following me for a while. Do you want to fight or something?" There was a short pause, before suddenly she used her hands to push herself up into the air, dodging an invisible slash attack that created 4 claw marks in the rock behind her. The woman landed on the rock, grinning down at her invisible attacker. "Huh, nice try. But I can hear you." It was then that the hound made itself visible, standing on all fours and glaring upwards at her. Then, the woman jumped up and went to kick the thing in the head, but the hound jumped back, avoiding the attack. The hound then changed its form, standing upright, before reeling its arm back, and then shooting it forward, its arm extending like one of Kyos's tendrils. The woman then ducked under its stretchy arm and slashed it apart as she ran towards the hound. She got up close to the creature and was about to slash at its neck when suddenly, a thick piece of armor grew there. Of course, she slashed at it anyway. However, the armor proved to be too tough, and while she did leave a few claw marks, it was nothing too deep. The hound then swung its head down, intent on taking a bite out of her shoulder. She dropped to the floor to avoid the bite, and then rolled over to the side, before jumping back onto her feet. There she saw that the claw mark she left in the hound's armored neck was healing rapidly, until was good as new. "Oh, this thing is gonna be tough," the woman smirked, before getting into an offensive stance. All right, let's test the limits of your healing, shall we? Whoosh. The woman dashed forward, going much faster than she had been before, meaning she wasn't holding back. In a flash, she ran past the hound, slashing its chest, before quickly circling around, running back, and slashing it again, before turning back around, and running back at it, this time slashing its back. The woman ran circles around the hound, slashing up its body heavily. However, the hound seemed mostly unaffected, despite taking massive injuries, although these injuries didn't last long, as it regenerated very quickly. Seeing as her opponent seemed mostly unaffected by her attacks, she decided it was time to go for a fatal blow. She jumped back, before doing some backflips away from the hound, before getting into a pouncing stance, and then launching herself at the Grim with explosive power. Shink! She thrust her arm right through its heart, impaling him like a spear. And the hound looked about as unaffected by this as it did by the rest of her attacks. In fact, this attack would prove to be a huge error, as the woman felt the hound's body hardened, both inside and out, as more armor formed around her arm, locking it in place. Oh shit! The woman said, realizing that this mistake, as she tried to pull her arm out, to no avail. Shit, 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 shit. The hound raised it up, its arms ready to attack the woman. However, she used her other arm to quickly cut both its arm off. She then jumped up, getting her feet onto its chest as she tried to force her arm out of its chest, and after some pushing, she finally managed to dislodge her arm from the monster. She fell to the ground, backflipping away from the monster once more. All right, so attacking. Its body is no good. No matter how fast I attack it, it'll just keep regenerating. But it has to have a weakness. Let's try its head. The hound grew its arms, and in fact, it grew some more arms as well, 2 more to be precise, right in its chest. All 4 arms shot out, extending to try and catch the woman in her claws. The woman shot forward, ducking under one of the arms, and slashing it, before ducking to the left to dodge another one, and then jumping up to dodge the 3rd arm, before kicking away the last arm that came for her midair. She dived down at the hound with her claws pointed at its head. The hound jumped back to avoid her. However, the woman simply lunged forward at it, and landed on its chest, while grabbing its head. She then dug her claws into the side of its neck and started trying to pull its head off. Meanwhile, the hound's 4 extended arms grew back, and turned around, before rocketing towards the woman that was ripping his head off. Jiara! The woman grunted as she slowly tore the beast's head off its body. Rah! Then with one final pull, she ripped its head off. Fortunately, after this happened, the hound's body went limp and started to fade into smoke. That's not to say the hound was dead. Its head was still very much alive, and snarling the woman. The woman saw that it was quickly growing back its body. If she left it alone, he'd probably fully heal back its body in a minute or 2. Not that she'd let it. She immediately dropped his head to the ground, and stepped on it, slowly crushing its skull. Until, splat, she crushed its head, and the brain that was inside. You. The woman said as realized she got child brain all over her foot. As she wiped the brains of a 7-year-old boy off her foot and onto the grass, a seer watched her from the shadows. XXXXXXXXXX. Okay, so she defeated a hound. Crap. All right, no more holding back. Izuku said to the seer. She wants a fight. Then she'll get 1. Initiate security level 4, and get the other 2 hounds. He would not have his family threatened, even if he had to unleash hell on this woman. Hopefully, she'd survive at the very least. Feline frenzy. After all that traveling and fighting, the intruder was quite thirsty. Thankfully, she was able to sniff out a nearby lake, which she then booked it to. Immediately. Once she reached the edge of the lake, she dunked her head in the water and started drinking. Up for a few seconds, before taking her head back out. She then got up and started to shake her head around, flinging the water off her face and hair. That's good water. Fresh and clean. With her thirst quenched, she got up and turned around, ready to start traveling again. And then she heard something begin to surface from out of the water. Oh! The woman turned back towards the water. Now what's this? Then, the sea phylong broke through the surface of the water. Rah! The massive serpentine dragon turned its head towards the woman, who was standing at the edge of the lake, a good distance away from it. Hell yeah, I'm fighting a dragon. The woman grinned and got into a pouncing stance. All right, let's go. Unfortunately for her, the Phylong had no intention of getting close. Instead it charged up an electricity blast and shot out its laser at her from a distance. Oh shit, the woman said as she quickly jumped to the side when she saw the attack coming, the laser whizzing past her and destroying all the trees behind her, leaving many of them singed and burned. She looked at the damage that beam did to the trees with wide eyes before looking back at the Phylong, already charging up another beam. That is so cool. Also super deadly. The woman commented. All right, so this fight is gonna be on the water. Well, that's kind of annoying. She ducked down, avoiding another beam that flew over her head. But if it's what I gotta do. The woman then ran onto the surface of the water and ran atop it. Despite what many people thought, you didn't need to have all might level speeds to run on water. You don't. You only really needed to be a fraction of that speed to accomplish this feat. Even still, the speeds needed to accomplish this were outside of what a normal human could accomplish, and even for this incredibly fast intruder, she needed to make sure she ran at top speed and didn't stop moving. The woman ran towards the Phylong, quickly approaching the draconic sea monster. Curiously, the Phylong stopped charging its beam, and instead, it swerved around and tried to swipe at her with its tail. The woman jumped up, barely managing to dodge the attack, but as its tail went by, she grabbed onto it with one of her arms and hung on. The Phylong noticed this and flailed its tail around in the air wildly, trying to shake her off. But the woman held on tight and crawled her way up the tail fin. Ooh, think I'm gonna hurl, the woman said as the high winds hit her face. She continued to crawl up its tail fin and onto its body, using her claws to make her way up the monster towards its head. The Phylong was decidedly happy about this and decided to do something about it by diving underwater. Oh, the woman thought as she realized she was going into the lake. She took a deep breath as she and the Phylong submerged. From there on, crawling up the monster was even harder as it swam around at high speeds, and the woman could feel the water pushing against her, like gravity fighting against her body. She had to really embed her claws into the beast to keep herself from falling off it. Not to mention she had to do all this while holding her breath. Man, this is some test, the woman thought as she climbed, now reaching the middle of the monster's serpentine body. The Phylong swam down to the bottom of the lake before making a U-turn upwards, swimming rapidly towards the surface. Whoosh! The Phylong shot out of the water and into the air, bringing the woman along with it. This did cause the woman to stagger a bit, but she held on tight, and since she was no longer underwater for the moment, she finally got the chance to breathe. However, this wouldn't last, as the Phylong turned its body around once more, facing its head towards the water, as gravity effect, and it fell back into the water with a loud splash. After a few more minutes, she finally made her way to the back of its head. She raised one of her claws up and tried to stab its head through its mask. However, this failed, and she only created a scratch. No good. It's harder to hit things while underwater, especially when the water is pushing against me, the woman thought. I need to get rid of the armor. She kicked off her shoes, allowing them to get lost in the lake, and unleashed the claws on her toes, digging them into the side of the monster to make sure she didn't fall off. Then she dug her nails underneath the mask and pushed upwards with all her strength. Rag! The beast roared as it felt its mask getting pulled off its face. It wasn't an easy task for the woman. It was like trying to rip a nail off of a person's finger, but 1,000 times harder, and she had to do it while holding her breath. Despite this, she could feel it coming off as the flesh connecting the bone mask to its head snapped off, and she slowly raised the bone off its face. It was hellish, trying to do something strenuous while not being able to breathe. But with one final push, she lifted its mask off its face. Rag! The Phylong roared in agony as its mask fell to the lake bed, and its black blood started spewing everywhere. The woman then crawled up to the center of its head and plunged her claws through its skull. Roar! The Phylong gave one last roar of agony before its body relaxed, and it began to fade away. As the Phylong died, the woman raised her arms out and tried to let out a celebratory shout, only for water to rush in her mouth as she quickly realized that she was still underwater, and now she would need to get some air before she died. She panicky swam upwards, going as fast as she could. The woman broke the surface and quickly spat out the water that had entered her mouth and breathed in as much air as she could. After getting in enough air, she swam to land, crawling up out of the water, laid down on the grass, and looked up at the sky. God, I hate fighting in water. Thump, thump, thump. It was then that two Geist in stone golem bodies came out, looking for trouble. Ah! The intruder groaned as she got back onto her feet. Couldn't you give me a minute? XXXXXXXXXXX. Izuku watched as the intruder fought the Geists. They didn't stand a chance, but at the very least, they could distract her long enough for the heroes to get here. He'd called the police as soon as she got past level 3 security, but he had no idea when they would get here. All he could do right now is hope that either level 4 security would handle or the heroes would. Ochako ran into the room. All the kids are inside. What's the situation? She just defeated a sea Phylong and two Geists, and she'll be approaching the house in about 20 minutes. Izuku told her. She's really strong. I don't think anyone in your class could beat her. Not even you. Ochako bit her lip. We'll see about that, if it comes down to it. Hopefully it won't, Izuku said sternly. She's back on the move, but she's approaching the Nukkalevi. Let's see how she deals with this. XXXXXXXXXXXX. The woman was running through the forest when she made it to another clearing. However, it wasn't quite clear, because standing in the center of it was the Nukkalevi, the rider hunched over on its horse, until it heard the woman come, and then it changed its posture, its bones giving off a chilling, crunching sound with each movement. Oh, scary, the woman said, not looking intimidated at all by its nightmarish appearance. Row. The Nukkalevi let out an ear-piercing scream that caused the woman to recoil in pain and cover her ears. Ugh! The woman howled in pain as the beast's roar caused her immense pain and kept her rooted in place for a second. The monster then shot out its stretchy arm at her, punching her with great force. Ugh! The woman cried out in pain as she was punched in the stomach, getting the wind knocked out of her and sending her flying through 4 trees. She landed on her back as she struggled to breathe. The Nukkalevi charged towards her, intent on running her over with its horse. Despite still struggling to breathe, the woman was able to jump out of the way as the horse charged past her. As the Nukkalevi stopped its charge so it could turn around, the woman finally caught her breath and got back up to her feet. All right, time to kill this thing, the woman decided. Meanwhile, the Nukkalevi had turned and shot out its arm at her again. However, this time she was ready and dodged the attack and slashed at its stretchy limb. Boing. However, the attack did very little, as instead of cutting through his slim and seemingly fragile arm, the arm just moved with her claw as she plucked at it like a guitar string. The arm reeled back, and the Nukkalevi shot out its other arm at her, which she promptly dodged by jumping onto the side of a tree. She then jumped to the next tree, and the next tree, jumping from tree to tree at astonishing speeds. The woman jumped through the trees around the Nukkalevi, confusing it as it kept turning its head to try and see where its target was, but she was simply too fast. Slice. Before it even knew what happened, it was attacked from behind, the woman striking the back of its neck with her claws, intent on taking its head off. However, its neck was tougher than anticipated, so rather than taking its head clean off, it just made a deep gash in the back of its neck. The woman then flipped midair, before landing on her feet, and then pouncing back towards a tree, before going back to jumping from tree to tree. Seeing as it couldn't keep track of his opponent at all, and if she landed another attack like that she'd kill it, the Nukkalevi needed to do something. And so it did, spinning around while extending its arms, knocking down all the trees around it. The woman jumped into the air from the tree she was in, just as it was going down. Nukkalevi stopped spinning and then launched its arm at her. Being unable to dodge while in the air, the woman simply kicked the hand away, deflecting the attack, allowing her to land safely on the ground. Once Nukkalevi retracted its arm, it then extended them back out to both sides and spun around. The woman ducked under the spinning arms, running low to the ground on all fours. She then quickly ran onto the horse's leg and crawled up it before it could do anything until she was latched onto the side of the horse, looking right at the rider's rotating waist. The woman then latched her claws into the rider's waist, and since it was rotating, her claw was being dragged across its waist, injuring the beast as her claws tore it up and dug deeper into it. Seeing as it was hurting itself, the Nukkalevi stopped spinning, but before it could do anything about the woman latched to its waist, she jumped up, now hanging off its shoulders, with her claw raised up to its neck. Slash, 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 and like a lumberjack chopping away at a tree, the woman slashed away at the Nukkalevi's neck until it was severed and his head came off. Like all the other Grimm, its body went limp, the horse's legs collapsing and the light going out in its eyes as it started to fade away. The woman jumped off of the fading monster, not even taking the time to wait for the monster to fade before going back on the run. XXXXXXXXXX. Momo walked into Izuku's office and saw him and Ochako staring into the sear. The kids are starting to get anxious. Is she down yet? No, Izuku said just as nervously. She's fighting the sulfur fish right now. Oh, one just got a hit in on her. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Momo heard the woman yell, causing her to wince slightly. The sulfur fish is something that she wouldn't sick on her worst enemy, but she was rooting for them to at least weaken the woman. Will those defeat her? Momo asked. Absolutely not. She's already taken out about 100 of them. Izuku said. But given how many there are, it's gonna take her a while. This should hold her long enough for the other Grimm to get close. The hounds should be approaching the house now, and the wyvern is approaching her location. Can any of them defeat her? Momo asked. Maybe, Izuku said. She should be getting tired by now. Class B couldn't even get past level 3 security, and there were 20 of them. Momo thought aloud. And this woman is fighting level 4 Grimm by herself. These are the kinds of enemies we'll have to fight one day. We have so far to go. Well, we'll have to get ready quick, Ochako said, giving Momo a determined look. If she gets past the hounds, then it'll be up to us to defend the kids. No, Izuku said simply. What? Ochako quickly turned her head to Izuku, giving him a bewildered look. You'd all die. Or at the very least, most of you would. Izuku told her, his fist clenching. I can't send you out there when we have a better option. What better option? Ochako asked. Izuku stayed quiet for a moment, looking conflicted. I hope it doesn't come to this. But there is one almost surefire way of defeating her, but if it doesn't work, I hope it doesn't come to that. Ochako and Momo looked at each other in confusion and concern. If none of those Grimm can beat her, then who? Momo stopped, as she suddenly realized who Izuku had in mind. Oh, right. Them. Nyat, what you think? As woman could see the house in the distance, and she was approaching quickly. Seems like the test is almost over. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. The fatigue was really starting to set in now. Honestly, she hoped there weren't too many fights from this point on. Rah! And then suddenly a wyvern flew over her, before turning mid-air, and few yards in front of. Huh. Ooh. I like a good fight and all, but I'm really getting tired of this. The woman said as she got into a fighting pose. She dashed under its head and slashed at its throat. However, this did minimal damage, just creating some light scratch marks. Crap. The woman cursed, realizing this thing was gonna be tough. The wyvern raised its head, and the woman dashed back to avoid being crushed as the draconic creature slammed its head down into the dirt. The woman then jumped on top of the wyvern and started slashing at the exposed parts of its back. However, this still didn't do all that much damage. Damn, this thing is tough. The woman cursed before suddenly she felt the wyvern start to rise. The wyvern flapped its wings and started rising off the ground, into the air. As the wyvern ascended and changed angels, its head pointing up towards the sky, the woman lost her footing and started to fall off the creature. She tried to dig into it with her claws, but they couldn't dig in deep enough to keep her from falling. However, before she fell off the creature entirely, she managed to grab onto one of its back spikes and held onto it as the wyvern flew through the air. Okay, I can't hurt it, so how do I hurt this thing? The woman wondered, taking a second to think before her eyes widened as she came up with an idea. That might work, but I need to get to its head. I'll have to wait for it to dive down first. I just have to hang. Suddenly, black liquid shot out of its back into the air and took form as two griffins that dove at her with their claws extended outwards. Ooh! The woman groaned as she got ready to fight them off. The first griffin had its claws battered away by the woman before she slit its throat, repeating this process with the other griffin. After that, the wyvern finally changed its position and started flying downwards, causing the woman to fall forwards, towards its head. She let go of the back spike, letting herself fall forward. Then when she got close enough, she grabbed the little curved piece of bone that was at the edge of the wyvern's snout, leaving her dangling in front of its huge maw. Rah! The dragon roared, as it tried to snap forward and eat her. However, all this did was flail her about. "You want a taste of me, big guy?" the woman shouted. "Well, bon appetit." She then swung her legs back, and then swung forward, and let go of the snout, flinging herself into the dragon's mouth. The wyvern closed its mouth, not wanting its prey to fall out, as it felt them go down its throat. And for a second, the beast thought it had won. But then it felt the woman tearing apart its insides. Rah! The beast stopped flapping, as it felt the horrible pain of its insides, getting torn apart by sharp claws. Crash! It fell to the ground, kicking up wind and dirt around it. The beast trembled a bit, before going limp, dying, and fading away. And as the wyvern fully faded, the woman was left there, lying on her back, taking a bit of rest. Uff! The woman groaned again. "I really, really hope that was the last obstacle." A few moments later, the woman got back up and went back to running towards the house. XXXXXXXXX. It took a few minutes, but she finally reached the front gates. "Finally," the woman said as she crouched down and got ready to leap over the gate. When she heard something behind her, she took a deep breath and turned around. "All right, come out and fight me." Then, two hounds came out of the forest, one crawling out on all fours, and the other flying above her with a pair of wings. "This thing again. And there's two. And it can fly," the woman shouted out in shock. "All right, doggies. I know your weakness now, so let's see how long you last." Then, the flying one let out a jet of flames from its mouth, which the woman jumped to the side to dodge. Meanwhile, the other one rushed forward, lunging at her. She was about to dodge to the right, however, she saw that the other hound was waiting for her to dodge, so it could blast whichever direction she chose with fire. So instead of dodging, she would have to approach this situation head-on. She stood up and ran towards the hound, before sliding under it. Then she brought her feet up and kicked it into the air, towards the other flying hound. The flying hound caught its ally, before swinging it around and throwing it back at her. The woman jumped up to her feet and lunged upwards at the hound, thrusting her arm right through its neck before it could react and protect itself. She swiped her arm through its flesh, beheading the monster. Both she and the head fell to the ground, a few feet away from each other. The woman turned and dashed towards the fallen head. However, the hound that was still in the air grew a bunch of arms from its sides and chest, and shot them down at both her in the head. Ugh! The woman cried as three of the arms hit her, and pinned her to the ground, while another arm picked up the severed hound head, and brought it up towards itself. The woman slashed at the arms holding her down, freeing herself. Unfortunately for her, in that time, the other hound had already grown back its body and dropped back down to the ground. Then both hounds grew armor on their necks, meaning that same trick wasn't gonna work anymore. Damn, these things regenerate too quickly. If one of them can distract me long enough, then it won't matter if I behead one of them. I either have to destroy their heads or behead them at the same time. The woman said before her ears detected something odds. "What's that behind me?" The woman then jumped to the side, just in time, as a grim apple landed where she just stood, biting into the ground. "Is that an evil apple?" the woman said in disbelief. She looked behind her and saw that the tree behind the gate, swinging its branches upwards, tossing grim apples into the air, to land on the battlefield. What the fuck? She didn't have much time to be confused about this, as the grounded hound charged at her from her right, while the flying hound dived at her from the left. So she ran straight ahead, past both Grim, and then backflipped to avoid another apple. Both Grim turned around to face her, but then the flying one got hit in the face with an apple, which gnawed into its face, seemingly unable to determine friend from foe. The flying hound pulled the apple off its mask. However, there was some light scratch marks, which quickly healed. "Okay, its armor's not as tough as I thought it was. I can use that," the woman thought. And Maybe I can use these apples too. More apples rained down on them, and a few of them were heading downward near the woman. She jumped up and kicked a few of the apples at the hounds. The one on the ground jumped to the left to avoid them, while the flying one breathed fire to incinerate them. And while they were distracted doing that, the woman ran to the right of the flying one and lunged at it. Seeing as its mouth was preoccupied shooting fire at the apples, the hound had no choice but to grow two more arms out of its side and launch them at the woman. The woman smacked the first arm away but then grabbed the second one, flipping mid-air, and tugging the arm, using it to launch herself at the hound even faster. The woman landed on top of the flying hound, wrapping her legs around its neck. She raised up her arms, and then launched her left arm forward in a thrusting motion, striking the hound's armored head and creating a large crack in the armor. Just as she was about to plunge her other arm forward and impale the thing's brain, however, the hound had other ideas. Arms grew out of the hound's back and grabbed the woman's arm, holding it back before the other arms wrapped around her entire body, trapping her on top of the hound and holding her in place. Ugh! Let go! The woman struggled against the arms, trying to move her raised arm forward, but her fatigue was showing its ugly face, and it was really hard to muster up the strength to free herself. The hound rotated its head around, pointing its maw at the woman, and opened up. She saw the fire start forming in its mouth, and she knew if she didn't free herself now, then she'd be engulfed in flames. Her fight-or-flight instincts kicked in, and she felt a rush of adrenaline, and with that she managed to free her raised arm and thrust it into the hound's flaming maw, impaling its brain and burning her arm. Shit! The woman hissed as she felt the flames engulf her arm. Fortunately, it didn't last very long. As with the hound's death, the flames died down, and its wings stopped flapping, and it started falling to the ground. However, as its ally was falling down, the other hound launched its own flamethrower attack at the woman as soon as the other hound died. AGHH. The woman cried out in pain as the flames hit her already fire-damaged arm. As soon as the dead and dissipating hound hit the ground, the woman jumped off of it, escaping the flames. However, while she was distracted by that, an apple came flying down and hit her shoulder, biting down into it. Ah! The woman cried as the apple bit into her flesh. Before it could do too much more damage, she grabbed it and crushed it, causing it to dissipate and vanish. She flipped mid-air and landed on her feet before quickly dashing back into the forest and hiding behind a tree. The woman was breathing heavily, pain and exhaustion taking its toll on her heavily. She looked at her damaged arm and shoulder. The burns were bad, and wound from the apple was pretty deep and bleeding. She could still move the arm a bit, but for combat purposes, it was pretty useless, meaning she had to kill this remaining hound, with 3 limbs left. All right, think. How do I kill this thing? She thought. It has a brain, so it probably doesn't appreciate getting hit really hard in the head. So I guess I'll just do that. She dashed out from behind the tree and forward towards the hound at the fastest speed she could muster. The hound tried to shoot out fire at her. However, the woman got there too fast and kicked its lower jaw up, forcing its mouth shut. Then she swiped her claw down, leaving a gash in its head armor and forcing its head down, where she then kicked it to the side, and then kicked it again, and then slashed at it again. She continued to assault its head with attacks, disorienting it, leaving it little time to think. It tried to lunge forward and attack her with its claw, but she jumped back to dodge it before jumping back towards it and continuing her assault on its head. The hound tried jumping back to escape the assault and heal itself. However, the woman jumped forward with it and kept hitting its head, no matter how it tried to run away. The woman was too fast and kept hitting it. Its armor was now thoroughly cracked, and she was doing damage faster than it could heal. Considering its brain was being bashed against its skull, it was rather hard for the hound to think, but it knew that it was going to die. This woman was too strong and too fast. None of its attacks would land, but at the very least, it could potentially bring her down with it. The woman raised her arm back, ready to thrust it through the hound's brain and kill it, but she hesitated when she saw light leaking from the cracks in the hound's armor, and then its whole body started to glow. Then her instincts screamed at her, "Get away." She jumped back, and kaboom! The hound exploded, creating a massive blast that engulfed the woman before sending her flying back, crashing through several trees before landing a few dozen feet away. Ah! The woman groaned. She was in so much pain right now, and it didn't help that it felt like the world was spinning. She laid there for a couple minutes, letting herself recover from that last attack, before pulling herself up to her feet. Ugh! That explosion did a number on her, creating some more burns on her body, as well as a few other injuries, and she definitely had some broken and bruised bones in her legs, ribs, and arms. All right, that had to be the last obstetrical, she said to herself as she walked towards the house again. Except maybe that tree, I could probably kill that thing. And so she kept walking, all the way back to the house, ignoring the overwhelming pain she was in. She got back to the gates, only to find they had been blown apart by the explosion, and standing there at the center of it all was Sansan. The woman's eyes widened. Oh, I know you, you're. Without much hesitation, Sansan launched forward, creating several hands to try and grab her. She jumped back, hissing as the pain from all her injuries made this rather difficult to do. And landing was even worse. The pain that came when she hit the ground caused her to freeze for a second, and that second was enough for Sansan's hands to grab her. She tried to struggle out of them, but at this point, most of her strength had been sapped. Sansan's arms raised her up into the air, encasing her body in slime, further trapping her. Once the woman was high enough in the air, she turned her upside down and then slammed her into the dirt. And once the woman's head hit the ground, everything went dark. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX opened her eyes. She was now in Izuku's office, laying on the floor, staring up at Izuku, who was behind his desk. Her body was of course restrained heavily. First, her limbs were stuck together using Mineta's balls, then they stuck Mineta's balls to each one of her fingers, ensuring she couldn't use her claws, and then finally, she was wrapped in several layers of Sero's tape. And Izuku was not alone in the room either. Kirishima and Ochako were also present, standing alongside him. Lastly, there were also two Beringels, holding her down to the ground. Oh! The woman groaned as she felt the pain of all her injuries coursing through her body. You woke up sooner than expected, Izuku said. He was wearing the hood of his robe, so she couldn't see his face, but recognized his voice. Your caretaker, the woman stated, looking excited. Yes. Izuku was surprised that she'd refer to him by that title. Typically the only people who referred to him by that name were Kiba and her fans. Who sent you? Ochako asked angrily, getting straight to the point. Sent me? The woman asked, looking confused. Don't play dumb, Ochako told her aggressively, giving her an absolutely killer glare. Who's the person trying to kill Izuku? The woman once again just looked confused. I don't know. If I did, then I'd slash him with my claws. No one gets away with hurting Lady Kiba's caretaker. Everyone stared at her in disbelief, and for a minute, there was silence. So, you didn't come here to kill me? Izuku asked. What? Why would I want to kill you? The woman asked, looking genuinely shocked. Wait, if you didn't come here to kill Izuku, then why did you destroy all of the security? Grim. Ochako shouted. Grim. That's what they were called. Thank you, that was bothering me so much. The woman smiled before frowning as she took in the rest of what Ochako said. Wait, security. Does that mean that wasn't a test? A test? Izuku asked, sounding just as confused as she was. Yeah, a test. To see if I was good enough for the security guard job. The woman explained. Once again, there was a minute of silence as everyone stared at her dumbfounded. So let's get this straight, Izuku said. You came here to ask for a job. Uh-huh. The woman nodded, only to stop when she realized that moving was a really bad idea. Oh, my head. And you thought that I send the Grim after you, as a test, to see if you were strong enough? Izuku asked. Yep. The woman confirmed. Okay, how would I know to test you for that, if I didn't know who you were, and why you're here? Izuku asked, poking a massive hole in her logic. The woman's eyes widened, as she realized that her assumption made no sense. Oh, yeah. That's him. And you didn't think that if you barged in on his private property, not too long after an assassination attempt, with no introduction, and started beating up our security system, that we might think you were an intruder? Ochako asked. Whoops. The woman said. Once again, there was silence, as the three didn't really know how to respond to such stupidity. So, about the job? The woman asked. Izuku slammed his head down onto his desk. That was enough of today. Izuku was too tired to deal with absurdity right now. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The next day was rather busy for Izuku, as he had to deal with the cleanup. First, he had to calm down the kids, assure them that there was in fact, not actually an assassin, just an idiot. Second, he had to make plans for Yami to spend a day in the city so he could stock up enough negativity to replenish all the Grimm that were destroyed. Third, he had to get to work on constructing a fence around the forest, because apparently, signs weren't enough. And lastly, was dealing with the woman in question. Which led to this moment, where Izuku was behind his desk, addressing 1A while his mother watched the children. Okay, so I looked up information about our intruder yesterday, Izuku told them. Her name is Soraijaga, and she belongs to the Nekananako Foundation. The Nekananako Foundation. Mineta gasped. I presume you know what that is, Mineta? Ida asked him. If Mineta knows what it is, then it's probably inappropriate, Gyro said. The Nekananako Foundation is a foundation dating back to the era when quirks first appeared, Mineta explained eagerly. You see, back when the first people with cat quirks came into existence, people realized how much money could be made in less than ethical ways. So they gathered pretty much everyone they could with a cat-related quirk and started selling, buying, and breeding cat girls for profit. This was illegal, of course, and their practices were pretty much slavery combined with eugenics, so when heroes came around, they busted up these businesses pretty quickly. But when the cat people got free, they realized they too could make the same amount of money their captors did and made the Nekananako Foundation the world's leading business in catgirl related. Well, anything. You want to rent a catgirl maid? Done. You want a catgirl to call you Oni-chan? You go to them. You want to adopt a baby catgirl? You can get that too. Every catgirl is bred and trained to be the best in their field, and that typically means they are all either super cute or super hot. So basically, they take people with cat quirks, pay them to have sex with each other, then either sell the baby to someone who ordered it, or train them from birth and essentially force them to be fetish fuel for money, Toru said, no one being able to see the disgust on her face. Well, I mean, it's less hot when you say it like that. Mineta responded. Leave it to Mineta to know the history of a morally shady company that runs on cute girls. Zero said. Well, thank you for saving me the trouble of explaining it at least, Izuku told him. Anyway, Sorai is one of their new lines of combat cat girls, meant to be rented out as bodyguards, called Comcat Girls. That name is terrible, Shoji stated bluntly. Yeah, anyway, her quirk is called Ultimate Breed, Izuku explained. Essentially, after a couple hundred years of breeding different cat girls together, she a perfect mix of every big cat you can think of, put together to create the ultimate feline predator, combined with human aspects to make her even more deadly. She's stronger, faster, and tougher than any other cat girl in existence. At least that's what the website said, and after seeing what she did to the Grimm, I'm inclined to agree. She even got a bodyguard license at an astonishingly young age. A bodyguard's license was a lot like a hero's license, in that allowed the use of a quirk to combat criminals, but it was much more limiting. Someone with this license was only allowed to use their quirk in case their contractor is threatened. Anything else is still illegal. Getting one isn't extremely difficult though, as the test was said to be hard, that with all the training you'd need to do to pass it, you might as well just become a pro hero. As such, most people opted to just become pro heroes instead, as being a hero came with fewer limitations and more fame. As such, people with bodyguard licenses were rare but very powerful. So why did she come here? Todoroki asked. Well, after the police took her away, they got the full story, Izuku told them. Apparently, she was a huge fan of Kiba, and after seeing the assassination attempt on me, and then realizing that I was hiring staff, decided to see if I would hire her to be part of security. It never occurred to her to just call me ahead of time or use the front gate, and when the Grimm started attacking her, she thought we were testing her to see if she was skilled enough for the job. So she's just an idiot then, Gyro said. Yeah, geez, even I'm not that dumb, Kaminari commented. So what do we do now? Momo asked. Sue them. Well, I have a meeting with a representative of their company to discuss how we'll handle this going forward, Izuku said. Which is why I called you here. I need you to make sure the kids stay away from the office and don't do anything regrettable in retribution. The meeting is in an hour, so I would prefer if you did this now. Understood. The children will be under our watchful eyes. Ida said. Class 1A. Time to get to work. Right. They responded. XXXXXXXXXX. An hour later, the representative had arrived. Izuku didn't know what to expect, but he did expect this. The representative was around his age seemingly, and was of course a cat girl, with long pink curly hair, and pink ears and a tail, wearing a rather provocative red dress that gave pretty much everyone a clear view of her feminine assets. Assets that she had an abundance of, to say the least. Alongside her were two much taller and older bodyguards, wearing the same outfit Sorai was wearing, implying it was some kind of uniform. One that showed off more skin than Izuku was comfortable with. Although given that this was a company that sold based on cuteness and sex appeal, maybe this is exactly what he should have been expecting. And to be fair, it was pretty effective as Izuku's face immediately went red, and he had to banish quite a few stray thoughts away. Hey there, she said in a voice that was obviously meant to be seductive. I'm Yutara Siku, and I'm the representative of the Nekonanko Foundation. A pleasure to make you acquaintance. She gave him a wink and slowly sauntered her way to the seat in front of his desk. Hello, Izuku said, taking a moment to compose himself. I am Izuku Midoriya, head of the Midoriya Foundation. It is nice to meet you as well. Now, I believe we should get down to business. Right, business, she said, before putting on a fake sad expression and holding her finger up to her lip. We are so sorry about what happened with Sorai. She's always been the dullest knife in the drawer, if you know what I mean. But she's so fast and strong, it's hard for us to keep an eye on her. Still, we'd be willing to do anything to make it up to you. Yutara then leaned over his desk, getting way too close for Izuku's liking and making his heartbeat way too fast. Anything. I have no intention of suing you. Please stop, Izuku told her firmly, trying his hardest to look solely at her face. Yutara gave him a surprised look, before leaning back. I see. It was then that her entire personality changed. The way she sat, moved, the look in her eye, the way she carried herself, everything became less seductive and more casual. So what is it that you want exactly? Yutara asked him, her voice far more serious. I've heard you're a nice guy and all, but I doubt you'd let us go scot-free after something like this. What I want is simple. I would like to have Sorai Jaga under my employ. Yutara's eyes went wide. Excuse me. Look, I understand that this may come as a surprise. However, while her assault on my security was horribly stressful, it also proved two things. One, my security would be ill-equipped to take on extremely powerful villains. As while ultimately my security did greatly weaken her, I had to resort to sending out one of my own daughters to take her down. I don't think I need to tell you how much a failure I feel like as a father, having to do something like that. Even if there was 0% chance she would lose, my children should not be fighting killers. At least not until they become pro-heroes. Izuku explained. And the second thing her assault proved to me is that she is extremely powerful, more so than many pro-heroes. As such, having her under my employ as head of security would make me feel a lot better about my kids' safety, as well my own. I see. Yutara purred, and Izuku see the wheels turning in her head as she thought of how to get the best deal possible out of this. Eventually, her expression settled into a sinister, Cheshire cat grin. Well, I think we can come to an agreement where everyone wins. Normally we don't allow things like this. We're only offer rentals for services. However, given this incident, we're more than willing to be flexible and offer up her contract for a price. Considering the offense she committed and how badly it'd look if this went public, I hope this price isn't too high, Izuku told her in a warning tone. Well, you have to understand, she is our most powerful fighter, Yutara said. And we spent years cultivating her skills, training her, feeding her the best foods and vitamins to make her the perfect warrior. So in selling her to you, we'd be losing years' worth of time and money. We can ultimately make another one, but still, you understand her value, right? Of course. And you understand your situation, right? Izuku asked, his tone not wavering. Of course. She said without a hint of worry. Now then, shall we negotiate the price? XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Well, I really fucked up, didn't I? Sorai thought as she laid in her hospital bed. It was 2 days after her break-in, and she was really surprised she was not in prison. Because in retrospect, she'd done something really, really dumb. Breaking into private property, destruction of private property, and illegal use of quirk. Seriously, how was she not in jail? Oh, I don't even want to think of what boss is gonna do to me. Sorai grimaced. I'm gonna be eating cat food for months. Then, suddenly, the door opened, and Izuku came in, holding a clipboard. Hello, Ms. Jaga. Izuku greeted her formally, pulling up a seat next to her bed. See, caretaker. Sorai's eyes widened in surprise. Oh shit, I am so sorry about breaking onto your property and thrashing your security. Seriously, my bad. Izuku sighed. Well, thank you for the apology, and at the very least, you'll get the chance to make it up to us. Huh. Sorai gave him a confused look. What does that mean? It means I purchased your contract from Nekonanko, Izuku said, showing her the clipboard. With her new contract. Her eyes somehow got even wider. Wait, really? Izuku nodded. While did nearly give me a heart attack, you also proved to be more effective than anything my security system has to offer. As such, I went out of my way to do this. It cost quite a bit, so please don't disappoint me. I can't believe it. I get work for Lady Kiba. Sorai grinned with stars in her eyes. I won't disappoint you, sir. I'll start work right away. You're in a hospital bed, Izuku pointed out. Oh right. Sorai realized, looking down at her bandaged-up body. Izuku sighed. You can start once you recover from your injuries. Yes, sir. Sorai responded, trying to salute him, only to realize that she still could not move. Please don't keep making this mistake, Izuku asked her. I can only promise to try, Sorai responded. Why? Yami was pouting. Honesty, it was one of the cutest things Izuku had seen in a little bit, however, it was his job to put a stop to it. It's fine, Yami. Izuku reassured him from behind his desk, giving him a kind smile. She got past all the grim, Yami said, still pouting. And she beat a lot of them so easily. And she is an extremely powerful fighter. Someone who passed the extremely rigorous test. To get a bodyguard license. Something even pro-heroes admit is difficult. Izuku told him. 2. Be able to almost defeat her, at your age, is extremely impressive. Yami's pout lessened. He'd seen the seer's recording of the woman fighting the Grim. He had to admit, she was something beyond almost anything he'd seen before. Yami knew that he wasn't the strongest person in the world. Heck, he wasn't even the strongest person here. If he threw all his Grim at Sansan at once, he doubted anything would stop her. Except, maybe the Hound, but he still doubted that would work. And of course, heroes like All Might and the American hero Star and Stripe were far beyond his level of strength, or really any level of strength he could hope to achieve. The amount of negativity he would need in order to make something that could fight against people like them. Well, honestly, Yami hoped that that amount of negativity ever came into existence. However, in all honesty, he wasn't too upset about his Grim not being able to stop her. Something he learned via observation is that all quirks have shortcomings. Sansan was a great example of that because Sansan could either be unbeatable or a complete pushover. The slime girl was widely considered to be the strongest person in the house, able to take on other contenders like Kiba, Fu, Shiruku, and hordes of his Grim without any issue. But against Kei, she is utterly helpless. Kei had one of those quirks that was most effective if you didn't know how it worked. As if you did know, then it would be pretty easy to take her down by just not looking at her eyes. And Kei couldn't really fight either, meaning that at this point most of the children in the house could beat in her a fight. Sansan was the exception because her entire body acted as her eyes. And while this is more useful than it is detrimental, it also meant that fighting Kei was pretty much impossible. And Kei wasn't her only issue. Her spars against Noro in her Artiguana form always ended in less than 2 minutes, and always in Sansan's defeat, and she wasn't even allowed to fight. Netsu, as Netsu could very easily accidentally kill her. All quirks had their strength and their weaknesses. Even if Sorai had wanted to kill them, they were never in any danger, because she'd never beat Sansan, and his family would be safe. Of course, Izuku was displeased with having to use his siblings to fend off attackers, which is why Yemi would work hard to make new Grim, which would strengthen their security system even further. And for that, he would need a lot more negativity. He'd used a lot to create the security system, and now he needed a lot to fix it. So for that, he would need to visit the city again. But now he didn't plan on just wandering the city like last time. No, he had a plan. Yemi finally stopped pouting, and his expression turned back to his typical, neutral expression. Dad, I'm going to the city tomorrow, right? Only if you want to. Izuku really wanted to replenish his security system, but he still didn't want to force things onto his son. I do. Yemi nodded. I want to go with Amai. I figured that was the case. She is a rather good friend of yours. Izuku smiled. He was very pleased that one of his children had made a friend outside the house, and would do everything in his power to allow Ame to interact more with his children. Show them the world wasn't so cruel. I already called her parents, and they said she'd be delighted to go with you tomorrow. Yemi nodded. Who's Sharpa, chaperoning us? Well, you'll get two. Mina's going with you, and you'll also be driven around by Mr. Yagi. Do you remember him? He was the one who came here to supervise you all while we were at UA. You met him briefly. Izuku reminded him. Yemi nodded, and briefly was an understatement. As one of the kids who went to UA, he'd only met Mr. Yagi for a few minutes, when he came to the house, and when he left. The only reason he really remembers him is because he looked more like an undead than Fu did, and that boy was an actual zombie. He doubted he'd be able to protect them much, but that is most likely what Mina was there for. Yemi looked at the door. If everything went as planned, then they should be coming soon. A few seconds later, the person he'd been waiting for, Kyoku, barged into the room. Daddy, we need to talk. Kyoku, I told you to knock. Izuku lightly scolded. Sorry, Daddy. Kyoku quickly apologized, before returning to looking worried and upset. We need to talk about the new employee. Izuku sighed. He knew this would come up. He already had a talk with his mother and Ochako about his decision to hire Sorai, and he knew that he'd be having a similar discussion with Sorai. I told myself that I wouldn't be upset about hiring outsiders, but really, Daddy. She attacked the house. Kyoku protested. How can we trust someone like her to keep us safe when she attacked us? Izuku sighed. I told you, she wasn't attacking us. There was a misunderstanding. She never meant to do me or anyone here any harm. And I've looked very thoroughly into her background. Believe me, she is of no harm to us. She even consented to a psychic probing, which, if you don't know, is allowing someone to look through your mind for thoughts or memories that indicate you'd be a threat to your employer, which is us. It's something not a lot of people are comfortable with doing, and consenting to it in it of itself shows how innocent she is. We literally looked through her brain and found no proof that she wanted to hurt us. I know it's hard. I don't trust outsiders either, but it's what needs to be done. Kyoku didn't really have any argument against that. I mean, how could you really say she might be dangerous when you literally looked through their mind? Still, she didn't like this decision one bit. That woman had caused her so much stress when she heard about an intruder coming to kill her father and taking down their Grim, and now she was just supposed to forgive her. Forgiveness wasn't exactly Kyoku's specialty. Izuku knew this, and so he already had a plan to comfort her. He walked over to her and picked her up, bringing her back to his desk and sitting down, before placing her on his lap and embracing her. Kyoku, what do you think of father's number? One priority should be giving out love and hugs. Kyoku answered, snuggling into Izuku's chest. Close. The number one priority of a father is to make sure his family is safe. Izuku told her. And yet, I sent my daughter to fight a potential assassin. In pretty every situation, that is unacceptable. The only reason I even considered it is because I looked at her fighting all the Grim and figured she didn't have any way of actually hurting Sansan. And I was right. But, in the very slim chance I was wrong about that, then I would have sent my daughter directly into harm's way. And thought makes me feel ill. Izuku tightened his grip on the chair, anger and shame directed at himself coursed through him. Honestly, even if he was right in the end and Sansan would have been fine, he still regretted sending her out there at all. Back then he had considered going out there to face Sorai himself if she got past all the grim, hoping at the very least if she killed him, she would spare his family and 1A. Ultimately, he didn't because of a few reasons. Firstly, he was pretty certain that if he tried, that, at least Ochako, if not many more members of 1A would have stopped and restrained him, gone out to fight her themselves, and died because they were nowhere near her level. Secondly, he was almost 100% sure that Sansan could easily defeat this woman without any harm coming towards the slime girl. And third, if he died, then chances are this whole operation would fall apart. He had no doubt that DOC would try to salvage this with a replacement, or that his mother would try and fulfill his role, but given how unstable this situation was already, he doubted the Midoriya Foundation could survive his death right now, not to mention all the psychological trauma that would inflict on his children. And so he was backed into a corner and forced to send out his less than 10-year-old daughter to fight for him. Never again. For all the panic Sorai had caused him, she also did him a great favor in showing him how his defense system did against A or S rank villains. And the answer was, not so great. Sure, it was extremely unlikely he would ever have to deal with A or S rank villains, considering that A rank villains made up 8% of all villains and S ranks made up less than 1%, but it wasn't impossible. And so Izuku would have to increase his security to handle such villains, or at least stall them long enough for the heroes to show up. Kyoku, you don't want villains to come in and hurt any of us, right? Izuku asked her. Kyoku shook her head so hard Izuku was concerned she'd hurt her neck. Then I need to make sure that our security can handle threats on the level of Sorai, Izuku told her. Which it can't. But you know who can handle threats on the level of Sorai. Sorai. Kyoku begrudgingly, looking like she just swallowed expired milk. That's right. It's very rare to find someone with her talents, and that someone literally knocked down our front door and asked for a job. Izuku explained. Not to mention I was able to do a background check so through that it leaves me with no doubts about her allegiance. This is a golden, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity falling on my lap. I would be a fool not to take it. Kyoku was now the one pouting, as she no longer had any argument outside of. She didn't like her, which she knew was a weak argument in the face of Izuku's much stronger ones. She knew Izuku knew much more than her, and he made decisions that she didn't like a lot of the time, but ultimately they proved to be necessary. But sometimes, she felt that Izuku's kind heart could be too kind. She didn't see any issue with her siblings fighting villains. The villains who got all the way here would no doubt be tired after fighting the Grim, and her siblings were extremely powerful. They would be more than capable of handling threats coming their way. But Izuku loved them too much to put them in any kind of danger, and as such, they would need a powerful bodyguard. And Kyoku hated to admit, she did like the idea of having someone so powerful guarding her father's life when they weren't around him. Although she would have preferred that person to be Ochako. But Ochako had a life of her own and didn't live here. Nor would she unless. As a plot brewed in Kyoku's mind, Yemi started his own. Hey Dad, I want Kyoku to come outside with us, Yemi suggested. Hey! Kyoku's head spun to look at Yemi, giving him a shocked and betrayed look. That's. Izuku also looked surprised, but he was considering it. I think that's a wonderful idea, Father. Yonder's voice rang inside their heads, and they looked at the doorway to see that the mind reader had let herself in. Kyoku's always so scared and upset about the outside world. I'm worried she'll end up like Fukunoko and shut herself away. Oh, the thought brings me to tears. Yonder whipped a fake tear away from her eye and secretly winked at Yemi. Yemi smirked, as Yonder did her part of the plan. A few hours earlier. You want me to convince Dad to force Kyoku to go outside with you, and you want me to come, too, and tell you what she's thinking. Yonder reiterated what Yemi had asked of her. Right. Yemi nodded. Yonder gave him an odd look. The boy had come to her room with such a big request that she didn't see the direct benefit in. Why? Want to know why she hates outside so much? Yemi explained. Getting her outside is hard. Need help. Also need to know her thoughts. To help figure out why she was so angry. And help her. Most of the children in the house were pretty happy nowadays, Izuku's fall aside. They were all pretty willing to push aside the negatives of their past, and to some extent their present, to enjoy the many positives they had now. However, there were a few exceptions to this. Those being Kyoku, Kota, Fukunoko, Ken and Fu. Fuku was trying to be more positive, and she had plenty of people around her to help her with that. He would get to Kota, Ken, and Fu at different times, but for now, he wanted to try and help Kyoku. For two reasons mainly. Firstly is that she is the most upset at any given point in time, out of all of his siblings. Bringing up anything about the world outside would either cause her to get slightly upset, or really upset. And from what Yami could tell, that was not healthy. And the second reason was, well, he owed her. It was thanks to her that Yami was who he was today. Without her, it would have taken years for Yami to adjust to civilization, and so many things either would have been pushed back or never happened in the first place, like his friendship with Ame, not to mention she saved both him and Izuku years of hard work in trying to get him to adjust. Much like Izuku, he owed her a debt he could never really pay off, but he intended to try. Not to mention it would likely help him in his journey to become a therapist. So it was mutually beneficial anyway. I see. Yonda considered it. She wasn't really sure if this would help out Kyoku, but she was interested in that happening. Kyoku's negativity was something she could do without, but still, that was a lot of work for something that ultimately might be pointless. I'll do it for 10,000 yen. Deal. Yami already had the money in his pocket and threw it on Yonda's bed. He'd been taught that money was a useful tool, and from what he'd seen, that was very true. Yonda grabbed the money, smiling as she counted it. You'll have my full support, dearest brother. Back to the present. Izuku gave this some serious thought. Daddy. Kyoku objected, giving Izuku a tearful look. I don't want to go. Izuku gave her a sad look. All in all, that only convinced him he needed to send her more. It was one thing to prefer staying inside, but it was another to loathe the outside world entirely. Still, he didn't just want to force her. He needed to convince her. Kyoku, I think that going outside might do you some good. You can see that people aren't all trying to hurt you. Izuku told her. But, since I know you really don't want to, I won't force you. Kyoku breathed a sigh of relief. However, Izuku added, if you go outside, not only will I give you 15,000 as part of your allowance, I'll also let you pick what we have for dessert tonight. Kyoku looked conflicted. Izuku gave her this choice for a reason. If she really hated the idea of going outside so much that she would refuse an offer like that, then forcing her outside really would not be the right call. Meanwhile, Kyoku was really struggling to make a call here. The offer was good, and on top of all that, going would make Izuku very pleased with her. Fine. Kyoku relented, not looking particularly happy about her decision. Good. Thank you for giving this a try. Izuku patted her on the head and kissed her forehead, already making her feel better about her decision. You've made me proud. Kyoku smiled a bit, hugging her father. Thank you, Daddy. Well then. Izuku set Kyoku down. You should go get ready for tomorrow. It's gonna be a big day. Okay. Kyoku said, before turning around and leaving, grabbing Yonda and Yami as she forced them out of the room with her. She closed the door behind her and then glared at her siblings in the hall outside. What are you two up to? I'm just worried for you, dear sister. Yonda lied. Both Kiba and dear Fuku have described the hermit lifestyle as dreadful, and I just don't want that to be your fate. Kyoku gave her a suspicious look, not sure if she would buy that, but she would accept that answer for now. She then turned her attention to Yami. And you? Why do you want to drag me outside so much? Same reason. Yami also lied. Kyoku looked at him with even more suspicion than Yonda. However, unfortunately for her, she was against people who were particularly good at lying. Yonda pretty much had to be good at keeping secrets, seeing as if she didn't then there would be absolute chaos. And Yami was just not very expressive when he wasn't angry. Seeing as she couldn't detect an ulterior motives, Kyoku decided to drop it for now. All right, I'll believe you for now. But don't expect me to have a good time tomorrow. I'll be busy watching for threats. I'm fairly certain Mina has that covered, dear sister. Yonda told her. HMPH. Better safe than sorry. Kyoku argued, before walking away. I'll see you both tomorrow. We live in the same house. You'll probably see us later today. Yonda pointed out. Kyoku ignored her and walked away. XXXXXXXXXXX. Are you really sure about this? Ochako asked once again, standing opposite side to Izuku's desk and looking at him, face to face. You all kept telling me I needed to start trusting people and hiring people to help out, Izuku told her. Yeah, but I didn't mean to hire just anyone, Ochako argued. You and I both know she's not just anyone. Izuku countered. Someone with that level of power and skill would take years if it was even possible at all. And not to mention she's not even in it for the money. She's genuinely loyal to Kiba and by extension me. Bad first. Impressions aside, she's literally perfect. Except for the part where she's dumb as a rock. Ochako pointed out with a sigh. Yes, she is rather lacking in intelligence. But, with enough direction, we easily work around that. Izuku told her. I've heard of pro-heroes and sidekicks who are mentally lacking who have worked around it. Yeah, like All Might. Ochako thought bitterly. Ultimately, I need someone capable of handling threats that a normal security system can't. And she can do that. Izuku restated. Ochako crossed her arms. She knew trying to talk him out of this was pointless. Because, while he called Sorai's break in a bad first impression, it was actually the best impression she could have made. Because she accomplished 3 things that pretty much guaranteed her the job. She made herself look strong, she made Izuku's security system look insufficient, and she made Izuku paranoid and desperate to strengthen his defenses. Had she met Sorai on better terms, she would have no issue with her being hired. But given that she had been quaking in fear of this woman not even a week ago, it made her a little hesitant to leave her around Izuku and the kids. But she heavily doubted that anyone would convince Izuku otherwise, and she didn't feel that strongly against having her here that she would keep trying. Well, then shouldn't you wait until she starts working here for you to send the kids out into the city? Ochako asked. All Might will be with them. I know they'll be fine, Izuku reassured her. And I'm sending Mina there for good measure. I haven't known her long, but I don't think she'd ever let anything bad happen to the kids. I guess. Sorry, I'm just a little on edge. Ochako sighed. First you got sick, then the assassination attempts, and then Sorai. It's just all been so. I know. It's a lot. Izuku gave her a sad smile. But we're still alive, still going strong despite everything. Yeah. Ochako smiled back. No one's knocking us down anytime soon. And Sorai will help make sure of that, Izuku told her. Just trust me. Chapter notes. Frustration. Hey everyone. I have something I kinda want to ask you guys. You obviously don't have to do it if you don't want to or don't feel like going through the trouble, but would me a lot. And I mean, a lot if you did. But if you don't, I understand. So the main reason I've been writing fanfics is that I want to be an author, you know. Like, for a living. I want to write books that people will buy. And writing fanfics have greatly helped me improve my skills. In no short part thanks. All of you, and your comments. Seriously thank you for all that. But now, thanks to all you in this fic, I have an actual idea for an original story. That, one day, hopefully, I'll turn it into a book. However, I'm not confident enough in my writing to just write it and send it to a publisher. I want to test it first. So I'm putting it up on this website for people to read. Now, when the actual version comes out, it'll of course be very different from the version you see here, because this is pretty much a prototype. And so I would really appreciate it if you guys checked it out, and even more so if you gave your thoughts and criticisms on it, to help me improve even more. It's called My Monster Family, The Hidden World. You'll notice similarities to this story as you read it, but it's very much its own thing. Still, if you enjoy this story, you might enjoy that one. So if you have any interest in it, please read it. Anyway, onto the chapter. Alright, are you all ready to go? Izuku was standing outside the gates of the house, were him, All Might, in skinny form, Mina, Yonda, Yemi, Amai, and Kyoku. With All Might's car, the Hercules parked right next to them. They each had little book bags, filled with snacks and other supplies they may need, as well as first aid kits because Izuku was just that paranoid. Speaking of Izuku's paranoia, they also all had several tracking devices on them, meaning that Izuku would know where they were at all times. Yes, Daddy. Kyoku nodded. I'm prepared, father. Yonda said. I'm ready, Mr. Midoriya. Amai answered with a bright smile. Yemi nodded. Yonda, you have your hearing dampers? Izuku asked her. Of course, father. Yonda tilted her head to the side, so that way Izuku could see the devices in her ears. Yonda's hearing dampers acted kind of like reverse hearing aids, or earmuffs. They limited the range in which Yonda could hear people's thoughts. It helped keep Yonda from going insane in large crowds of people. We'll take great care of them, sir, Mina said playfully, giving him a thumbs up. None of them will come in harm's way, you have my word. All might, or rather, Yagi said. I'm trusting the two of you. Please, don't disappoint me, Izuku asked and begged them. Don't worry, it's bad for your health, Mina told him, putting an arm on his shoulder and causing him to flinch. I'll protect these kids with my life. Izuku gave her a small smile. From what he knew of Mina, he could tell she meant that. Thank you. All right, come on kids, we have much to see, Yagi said as he got into the driver's seat. Mina went into the passenger's seat, and all the kids started climbing into the car. Kyoku was the last to go in, looking extremely hesitant. Izuku went over and put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. Hey, don't be scared. It's only for a few hours. At the end of the day, you'll be coming right back home to your family. Kyoku gave a small, tenuous smile before turning back towards the car and hoping in. Bye, Daddy. I'll see you when I get back. Izuku waved goodbye as the doors closed, and the car took off. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Despite the supposed purpose of this trip being so that Yemi could replenish his negativity reserves, they didn't really plan on going anywhere full of negativity. It was more a day trip than a supply run, if you could call negative emotions supplies. Because Yemi could likely replenish his supplies enough by just being around people. And so their first stop was to get some breakfast. And of course, seeing as the person who was driving them was All Might, you could guess that they were in for some good old-fashioned American breakfast at an American-style diner. So this is an American-style restaurant, I said, looking around as all of them sat in a booth, with menus already on the table. It's really cozy. It does have a very warm feeling to it, Yonda said as she looked through the menus. By the way, who's paying? That would be me, Yagi said with a smile. I have quite a good amount of money stashed away, so feel free to indulge to your heart's desires. Yonda and Yemi looked at each other for a second, before looking back at the menu intensely. You know, I wonder what it'd be like, living in America, I said absent-mindedly as she looked over the food options. Yeah, imagine how different you'd be, growing up in a whole different county. Mina added. I don't imagine any of you would be too different, Yagi said, before sparing a glance over to the Midoriya children. Well, actually, you three would likely be very different because there is no Midoriya Foundation in America. But that aside, I doubt growing up in America would turn you into a completely different person. It sounds like you've been to America, Mr. Yagi. Amai pointed out. I have. I studied abroad there for quite some time. Yagi explained. It was a very educational experience, and I quite enjoyed my time there. Interesting. What was it like? Yonda asked, sounding slightly curious. Well, it's a very different place. It's big, much bigger than Japan, and every different state has a different culture and different way of doing things. Yagi explained. It can almost feel like each state is a different country at times, but all of them are bound by the same American spirit. But regardless of how different they seem on the outside, we're all still the same on the inside. And even though I was born and raised in Japan, a year into my studies, no one could tell the difference between myself and them. Yep, people are all the same, Kyoku thought, except for Dad, and Ochiko, and my siblings. But the rest of them are the same. It was at this time the waitress came. Good morning, everyone. Do you have your orders ready? One of everything, Yemi said almost immediately. Huh. Everyone gave Yemi a look of pure shock, including the waitress, who almost dropped her notepad. One of everything, Yemi repeated, his expression nor tone changing as he waved his hand over the entire menu. Young Yami, I know I said you could have whatever you wanted, but it's not good to waste food, Yagi told him. Not waste. Eating it all. Yemi said. One of everything. Surely, You can't possibly eat one of everything on this menu. There is quite a large amount of food items here. Yagi pointed out, holding up the menu to exemplify his point. One of everything. Yemi repeated, not backing down. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Yagi caved. Well, I suppose we can't. Just pack up whatever leftovers remain. One of everything for him then. One of everything thing for him then. The waitress said, getting over her shock and writing that down before looking back up at everyone. And the rest of you. I would like the gold dust, strawberry, and cinnamon pancakes, please. Yonda said, causing the waitress to jump at suddenly hearing a voice in her head. My apologies, young Yonda here can only speak using her quirk. Yagi quickly explained. It's not something she can help. I see. Once again the waitress quickly got over her shock and wrote down the order. So, that's 1 gold dust strawberry and cinnamon pancakes. Sir. You are aware that this is going to be very expensive. Like, very, very expensive, right? Trust me, I have more than enough money to pay for this. All Might chuckled. Although I will perhaps need to bring it up to their father that when I offered to pay, they decided to make their orders as expensive as possible. You're the one who said order our here's desires. It's not my fault I like nice things. Yonda defended herself, crossing her arms and giving a cute pout. Yeah, come on, Mr. Yagi, you can't say something like that, and then get upset when they pull. Something like this, Mina added, playfully nudging him with her elbow. I'm only kidding. Yagi laughed. It just took me a bit off guard is all. You're telling me. These kids are merciless. The waitress thought, and Yonda gave her a partially offended look that the waitress didn't catch. I'd like some eggs and bacon, please. Mina asked. All right, and eggs and bacon, and how would you like the eggs? The waitress asked. Sunny side up. Mina answered. All right, and anything for the other 2 kids. The waitress asked. Yonda ordered gold dust strawberry pancakes. What are those? Amai asked. It's a stack of 3 pancakes, covered in a strawberry cinnamon syrup, and then sprinkled with bits of gold. The waitress explained. And the only people who waste money on it are people who never had to work for anything in their life. Yonda tried not to glare at the woman for that thought. What does gold taste like? Amai wondered, with a look of awe on her face. Who knows? Why don't you find out? Yonda asked, wanting her to order it just to spite the waitress. Is that really okay, Mr. Yagi? Amai didn't know how much that cost, but she would guess that anything with gold on it would be very expensive. It's fine. This may be the only time you get to experience this, so take the opportunity while you can. Yagi advised her. Okay, I'd like gold dust strawberry pancakes, eggs sunny side up with bacon, hash browns, and French toast, Amai ordered. Where are you going to put that? Thought everyone as they looked at Amai in shock. Except for Yemi, who was unfazed. I see, another order of gold dust strawberry pancakes, another order of sunny side up, eggs and bacon, an order of hash browns, and an order of French toast. The waitress wrote all that down. All right, anything for the other little lady. Chocolate chip pancakes. Kyoku ordered. And that's all. The waitress was honestly more surprised she didn't order something crazy. Yes. Kyoku answered curtly. All right, 1 order of chocolate chip pancakes. The waitress jotted that down. And lastly, anything for your grandfather. Yagi held his jaw shut to keep blood from shooting out of his mouth. Grandfather. I know I'm not as young as I used to be, but do I really look that old? Yonda gave him a funny look, and Yagi didn't quite understand what it meant. Well, I'll have some waffles and a coffee. Decafe. Yagi ordered. You sure about that? The waitress asked, raising an eyebrow. I could not deal with a bunch of rich brats with caffeine. Yonda rolled her eyes. Quite sure, caffeine doesn't really mix well with my current condition. Yagi laughed. Oh, that makes sense. The waitress said as she jotted his order down. Poor old man. Has to deal with health issues on top of all this bullshit. Okay, then how about drinks? Hand-squeezed lemonade. Yami and Yonda said at the same time, immediately getting the most expensive thing on the menu. Orange juice. Kyoku ordered. Water, Amai ordered. With lots of ice. Pepsi, Mina ordered. Really young Ashido. A soda first thing in the morning. Not sure your parents would approve. Yagi said. Mina stuck out her tongue at him. All right, If that's all, I'll go get your order ready. It's gonna take a while though. The waitress said, looking at Yami. That's fine, we're in no rush, Yagi said. With that, the waitress very quickly left their table. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX else. Turns out Yami had ordered so much food that there wasn't even space for everyone else's order. So they stuck him in a separate booth and had all his food on the table in front of him, as well as some on some smaller tables next to him. Amai was with him in that booth with her own food, as Yami had conceded to needing some help finishing everything, and they were determined to leave no leftovers. Seriously, where does it all go? Mina said as she watched the two of them destroy their food, while she slowly ate some of her own. Well, he did grow up in the woods eating raw meat, so it makes sense that young Yami would appreciate food like this, Yagi said as he sipped his coffee. That makes sense, but man did not take that girl for a heavy eater, Mina noted, before she noticed Kyoku, making a peculiar expression. That being she was actually smiling. It's not that Kyoku never smiled, it's just she didn't smile around Mina or her classmates, so she rarely ever saw it. Kyoku was thoroughly enjoying her pancakes, eating them slowly, and savoring every single bite. Kyoku loved chocolate, and she quite enjoyed pancakes as well. And, while this wasn't the first time she had the combination of the two, that didn't make the experience any less euphoric. For a minute, she forgot that she was outside, surrounded by unknown people. Wah! But only for a minute. Everyone looked to a nearby booth and saw a very young boy, sitting with his parents, crying, his eyes out. I want that. The child cried, pointing to all the food Yami and Amai were eating. I want that. Son, you couldn't eat all that. His father said. I'm not sure how they can eat all that. Yes, I can. I want it. The child demanded. The child continued to cry, making unreasonable demands the entire time. Kyoku stared at the child and their family clenched her fork tightly, and Yonda paid very close attention to Kyoku's thoughts. Just shut up. She heard Kyoku think. Not now, Kyoku. I'm busy. Yonda heard another voice in Kyoku's head. A voice that she assumed was her original father's voice. But I'm hungry. She heard another voice, this time sounding like an even younger Kyoku. Yonda had to really focus in. She assumed what she was hearing was a memory. And memories could be rather tricky to listen to for multiple reasons. The main reason was she couldn't see what was happening, only hear. And memories, unlike Kyoku herself, Yonda could only hear the parts of a memory that the person was actively thinking about, meaning she often didn't get the full picture. Daddy, I'm so hungry it hurts. She heard the younger Kyoku say. I'll feed you when I'm done. Just go away. Her father shouted. Mommy, can I please have some food? She heard the young Kyoku ask. Ask your father. She heard now a more mature female voice, which she assumed was her mother, said dismissively. But he said little Kyoku got cut off. Look, Mommy has stuff to do, so if you want food, ask your father. Her mother said, sounding very annoyed. But, once again poor little Kyoku got cut off. I said ask your father. Make me repeat myself again, and you won't be getting any food for the rest of the day. Her mother told her. Just tell him to shut up. Kyoku thought, seemingly out of her flashback. Scream. Yell. Threaten him. You can't be like him. You can't. You can't be like him. Interesting. Yonda thought. Meanwhile, Yami had noticed the significant increase in Kyoku's negative emotions and took a good long look at her. Anger was the most prominent emotion, and it made the most sense. That crying was really annoying. But he was also picking up a good amount of sadness, fear, and envy, all of which confused him. He knew this was going to be difficult, hence why he asked Yonda to come along. Hopefully, with their combined information, they could fully understand Kyoku. Eventually, the parents convinced their kid to stop, but Kyoku continued to glare at the family. Yonda and Yami weren't the only people to notice Kyoku's change in mood. Mina had also noticed and planned on doing something about it. Hey, Kyoku, your pancakes are gonna get cold if you don't start eating them again. Mina reminded her. That did the trick at breaking Kyoku out of her one-sided staring contested, as her eyes widened, and she quickly took another bite of her food. Yami could see the negative emotions die down significantly, although her mood was still much worse than it was previously. Hey, so you really like chocolate, huh? Mina asked Kyoku. I heard that Soto's triple. Chocolate cake is absolutely to die for. And as someone who's tasted his brownies before, I can confidently say that man knows his chocolate. Really? Kyoku was now hooked, having seemingly forgotten about the earlier incident, as she and Mina got into a discussion about chocolate. Damn it, I was getting good info. Yonda thought, giving Mina a brief glare. She couldn't really blame Mina for, well, making her sister not as miserable, but she was impeding her goals a bit, as now Kyoku's thoughts were filled with chocolate instead of anything useful. Yonda, her emotions were strange. She heard Yemi think. She didn't look back though. She didn't want things to seem suspicious. We need to talk. Soon. She gave him a secret thumbs up before making her move. Excuse me, I need to use the bathroom. Yonda then got up and went towards the bathroom, giving Yemi a look that indicated she wanted him to follow. Me too, Yemi said, before quickly heading off in the same direction. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Are you sure we should be talking in here? Yemi asked her, as they both stood in the men's bathroom. It's fine. Yonda rolled her eyes. Trust me, no one will bother us here. As if on cue, a man suddenly walked into the bathroom and saw them. He opened his mouth to tell Yonda she shouldn't be here, but Yonda gave him a glare and told him, "Get out or I'll tell your date about body pillow collection." The man's face turned white in fear for a second before he immediately turned around and left. Yonda smirked and turned back to Yemi. I like to keep track of useful information I find in people's minds. Like that. You know, in case it becomes useful. That sounds kind of evil, but okay. Yemi thought. Moving on, you said her emotions were weird. What does that mean? Yonda asked. Right. She mostly angry when boy cried. But also there was sad. And fear. And jealous. Yemi explained. Hey, well, I can understand the anger. Be glad you can't hear that kid's thoughts, I promise. It was more annoying than his crying, but aside from that, she was also reliving some really bad memories about her parents. Which is probably also where the fear and sadness come from, but jealousy. Are you sure? Yonda asked him. Yemi nodded. Jealousy is easy to see. It's very green. But sick green. Like vomit. It looks gross. Still, why would she be feeling jealous? Yonda thought about it for a moment. Unless she was jealous about the parents being nice. But she has a nice dad now. Izuku's great. Better than those two ever could be. So what is she jealous of? We need more information. Yemi thought. That much is clear, although that pink idiot is gonna make things difficult. Yonda scowled. She's great at cheering people up. You don't like her much. Yemi pointed out. It's not that I don't like her, it's that I don't like stupid people. Yonda admitted. They never think, so it's hard for me to understand them. Not her fault. Yemi told her. I know. It's just frustrating. It's a reminder that I'm actually deaf. Yonda sighed. Anyway, we'll need to keep a close eye on her. So stay focused. Don't let food or your little girlfriend distract you. Not girlfriend, but okay. Yemi responded. She will be one day. Because she is definitely developing a crush on you, and you're definitely not getting anyone better. Not because you're a bad person, but because you look like a monster. Yonda was not afraid of hurting Yemi's feelings here because, as someone who could read thoughts, she knew perfectly well that these kinds of comments did not affect Yemi at all. He had pretty thick skin when it came to this kind of stuff. Seriously, she's pretty. And she has a good personality. Do you have any idea how rare that is? Tell her you're learning how to cook and get that relationship in the bag. No, Yemi told her. Any more useful information? Well, she did think something odd. They can't be like him. That's what she was thinking. Yonda told him. I don't know what it means at the moment, but with more time, I'm confident we can figure it out. Right. Nothing else? Yemi asked. Nope. Yonda told him. With his business done, Yemi proceeded to walk past her out of the bathroom, intent on finishing his meal. Yonda sighed and shook her head. This is going to be a very long day. Chapter notes. Bad luck. I want to apologize for two things. Firstly, for the shortness of this current chapter. And for taking so long to update. I had a lot of things to do, and then to make matters even worse, I got sick. and currently am still sick as I'm writing this. Also, you're probably wondering where the Christmas and New Year's chapters were. Well, there is no New Year's chapter. Sorry about that, but like I said, I was very busy. There is, however, a Christmas chapter. It's a part of the spin-off story. I don't own an orphanage future. I didn't want to disrupt the current arc, so I put it there instead. I also made another chapter after that, featuring Yemi fighting a villain. So check those out if you're interested. Anyway, onto the chapter. The next destination was an arcade. It was a rather large arcade, meaning that there were plenty of different games and activities for them to do. But it seems like Mina and Amai were stuck on one game in particular. Oh yeah, get wrecked Pinky. Amai shouted as she and Mina competed at Dance Dance Revolution. Amai had put her hair up in a ponytail and had a serious expression on her face. Shifting into Gaming Amai. Gaming Amai was much less kind than normal Amai, as her competitive spirit took complete control over her mind, body, and soul. Not bad for a half-pint, Mina said as she matched Amai's pace. But you'll have to do better than that. All Might, Yemi, Yonda, and Kyoku looked at the intense competition in front of them. I have a feeling they are gonna be at this for a while. All Might chuckled, before turning to the children. Well then, go have fun children, but remember to stay together. I need to use the bathroom. Perfect, Yonda thought, grinning with a sinister glint in her eye. Now it's just the three of us. No one to get in our way. Well, dear sister, brother. Yonda grabbed her two siblings' arms and pulled them towards some games. Let's go play. XXXXXXXXX. It had been about half an hour, and nothing eventful happened. They just played games and had fun. That was all well and good, but she had a job to do. And so now they were at skee ball, playing it normally until Kyoku accidentally dropped one of her balls on the floor. She was about to try and pick it up when the man who was playing next to them picked it up first and offered it to her. Here you go, little lady, the man said, giving her a kind smile as he offered the ball. Kyoku glared at the man as she slowly reached for the ball. Damn it, stop pretending to be nice. Show me who you really are, Kyoku thought. Meanwhile, Yemi noticed Kyoku's emotions suddenly flare up, as anger, fear, and sadness filled her once more. Interesting. Kyoku took the ball back, and the man smiled at her, receiving nothing but a glare in return. You're not kind. No one is buying it. You're not my family. Only they can be kind. That's some logic she's got there. Yonda thought to herself. Fear and sadness is back. Yemi thought, sharing that information with Yonda. Still doesn't make much sense to me. Yonda thought. Even now, I still don't understand her. Why is she so determined to think everyone else is terrible? Well, if this was easy, then I guess I wouldn't have been hired. Well, I guess I should leave the theorizing for later. I'll just continue to observe for now. XXXXXXXXXXX. They continued to play around the arcade for about an hour. The trio was currently playing a basketball game, and not doing too well, to say the least. Kyoku pouted. This game sucks. Doesn't suck, we're just bad at it. Yemi pointed out. Lot of people love it. I think. I don't understand the appeal. Yonda said, before noticing something. Hey, leave me alone. They heard someone cry. All of them turned, and saw a young boy, holding a bunch of tickets, cowering in fear against one of the arcade machines, as another boy loomed over him threateningly. Sure, just give me the tickets. The other boy said, his fingers turning into drills and spinning around threateningly. Unless you want to see what my quirk can do to you. Good grief. Yonda shook her head in distaste. Yemi was about to step in when he noticed a change in Kyoku's feelings. He looked at her, and even without the use of his quirk, he could see a change in her mood, with her smirking to herself. And with his quirk, he saw that this development seemed to please her for some reason, which was pretty alarming. Horrible. People are horrible. Kyoku thought to herself. Why is she so happy about that? Yonda thought. However, they didn't have much more time to think about that, because the bully's drill fingers were getting far too close to the victim boy's skin. Yemi, please go and scare him with your face. Yonda asked her brother. Yemi nodded and walked up to the boy. Hey, Yemi said, from behind the boy. Leave. Ha! Do you want dash? The boy turned around and saw Yemi's face, and all the confidence left him in an instant, and his own face went almost as white as Yemi's. Ah! Run, Yemi commanded, as black goop started leaking from his mouth, and the boy could almost swear Yemi's blood-red eyes glowed threateningly. Or else. The boy's fight-or-flight instincts kicked in, and he booked it. He ran away so fast that he tripped and hastily pulled himself up and ran out of sight. Yemi turned his head towards the bullied child, who looked at him with the same amount of terror as the bully. The red-eyed boy shrugged and returned to his siblings. Done. HMPH. He gets saved and he doesn't even look grateful. Kyoku pouted, trying to hide her smug look. Because they are cowards. All cowards. Yeah. Is she trying to reassure herself? Yonda gave her little sister a confused look. Does she want people to be terrible? Now, sometimes people confused Yonda. Just because she could hear their thoughts, didn't mean they always made sense. Or at least didn't make sense to her. This was one of those times. I'll have to talk with Yemi later. This is just bizarre. Yonda shook her head. That girl is a mess. XXXXXXXXX. So she get upset when people help her, and happy when people are mean. Yemi summarized. The two had decided to have their conversation outside of the arcade, away from prying eyes and ears. Yup. It's almost as if the girl wants to believe the world is full of bad people. Yonda told him. There was a pause, as Yemi took a second to think that over. Maybe she does. Yemi retorted. Maybe she want to believe that world is bad. And gets angry. When belief is shown to be no good. That actually almost makes sense. But why? Yonda asked. What possible reason could she have for wanting the world to be horrible and filled with bad people? Good question. Yemi responded as he got back to thinking. The two stayed there and thought for a while, but no ideas came to them. No matter how much they thought. This going nowhere. Yonda said, getting irritated by the whole event. We'll have to keep watching her. See what more we can find. All right. Yemi nodded. Go back inside. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. After spending another few hours in the arcade, they finally exited, with Mina and Amai holding a ton of prizes. Kyoku left with a small stuffed horse and a smile on her face. Hey sis. Yonda grabbed Kyoku's shoulder and separating her from the rest of the group. Let's use the bathroom. Hey, but I don't need to use the bathroom. Kyoku told her. Yes, you do. No, come on. Yonda said as she began dragging Kyoku back into the arcade. XXXXXXXXX. After the two went into the girls' bathroom and shut the door behind them. Okay, what do you want? Kyoku asked, not particularly pleased about being dragged here. Against her will. I just wanted to talk a little bit. Yonda said in her sickeningly sweet tone. So, what do you think of Amai? Kyoku turned away, whiling pouting heavily, before thinking something Yonda wasn't meant to hear. She's too nice. And she loves her parents too much. Lucky. 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 She's just lucky. She's fine. Kyoku told her, not noticing all the stuff she'd accidentally told her. Is that so? And what about Mina? Yonda asked. She's too nice too. I bet she's like Kay and has sucky parents. Once again this was something Yonda was most likely not meant to hear. So it's all about her parents then. Yonda concluded. She's okay. Kyoku told her grudgingly. Why are you asking me all this? No reason. We can go now. Yonda told her, immediately walking towards the exit. What? Wait, what was that all about? Kyoku ran to catch up to her. Yonda just shrugged. I told you it was nothing. Just wanted to pick your thoughts. Why me? The last location they'd be visiting tonight was the place Yemi had been eager to visit. A festival. A pretty sizable one as well. Filled to the brim with games, art, prizes, and most importantly, food. The moment Yemi stepped onto the festival ground and the aromas of all the different dishes, he was gone. Simply put, he was on cloud 9 and no one could pull him down. And Amai was not far behind, standing beside Yemi as the two of them just stood there with their eyes closed, taking in the smells with huge smiles on their faces and tears in their eyes. It's beautiful, Amai whispered blissfully. So beautiful. Yes. Yemi agreed. Beautiful. I think you two like food a bit too much. Mina joked, patting Yemi on the head. Nonsense. Yemi and Amai said sharply. Yagi chuckled a bit behind them. I think enjoying food is a wonderful thing. Trust me, as someone who can't quite enjoy that aspect of life to its fullest anymore, I think these two Should take every opportunity to enjoy all sorts of cuisine. So don't be afraid to eat up. We won't, Yemi said, as he and Amai quickly moved towards the food stalls. Yonda, leaving this to you. Of course, you glutton. Yonda thought to herself as she rolled her eyes. Beep, beep. Your phone is ringing. Your phone is ringing. Suddenly Yagi's phone started ringing. He took it out and his eyes widened when he looked at who was calling. Kathleen Bate. Go on without me for a while, kid. I need to take this. Yagi told them as he walked away. All right, you two, looks like it's just the three of us. Mina said to Yonda and Kyoku. So, kids, where do you want to go first? I want to play a game first. Yonda said before she grabbed Kyoku by the hand. Follow me. Sister. XXXXXXXX. The first game they decided to play was goldfish scooping. And Kyoku looked like she was about to cry. No matter how hard she tried, the paper bowl would keep breaking each time she tried to. Scoop a fish. Oh, come on. Kyoku shouted in frustration as the bowl broke again. Heh, your scoops are far too aggressive, young one. The bowl is fragile, but your movements are too strong. Patience is needed to win this game. The old man who was running the game told her with a kind smile. And Kyoku responded in kind, with a heavy glare. Man, she is a very sore loser. Yonda thought, holding up her own bag full of goldfish as she heard the onslaught of swears Kyoku was slinging at the man in her head. Seeing that Kyoku was not having a good time, to say the least, Mina decided to step in. All right, let's go somewhere else. Thanks, sir. Mina told the old man as she led the two girls away. Kyoku pouted as Mina led her away, not at all pleased, and her mood only worsened when something caught her eye. It was a small family, a father and a mother, with their daughter in between them. She was holding both her parents' hands and had a huge grin on her face. Her parents looked just as happy, with soft smiles as they looked down at their daughter. It was a wholesome sight that sent Kyoku into a rage. Lucky, lucky, lucky. You don't even know how good you have it. Honestly, Yonda didn't even need to hear Kyoku's thoughts to understand that she was really, really upset. Her face held an expression of pure fury, and she looked even closer to crying than before. For a second, Yonda thought she was going to cry. But then, she suddenly started to calm down, or rather she started trying to calm down, taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself. Why does it hurt so much? I have a family now. I love them so much. But why does it still hurt? Daddy loves us all so much. And I love him. So why does it still hurt? Kyoku was still trying to calm herself down, to little avail. She was trying to hold back tears and sniffling. It was upsetting to look at. And of course, Mina took note of it almost immediately. Her eyes widened when she noticed the state of the small girl. She quickly kneeled down in front of Kyoku. Hey, Kyoku, what's wrong? Nothing. Kyoku sniffled, looking away from her as some tears finally started welling up in the corners of her eyes. I'm fine. You don't look okay, Mina said, pointing out the obvious but in an obviously concerned way. Hey, it's okay. We can go home early if that's what you want. I said I'm fine. Kyoku shouted, attracting some attention from the people around them. Come on, girl, we both know that's not true, Mina said in a somewhat comedic tone, smiling at her, hoping to lift the mood but once again, to no avail. And that's okay. No, it's not. Kyoku cried, tears actually spilling out of her eyes now. It's not okay. These feelings should go away. I don't know what feelings you're talking about, honey, but if you want to talk about it, dash. Mina once again tried to reach out to her, but was once again turned away. Go away. I want my daddy. Kyoku shouted, turning away from Mina. I want my daddy. Meanwhile, Yonda couldn't actually hear any of this, of course. All she could hear was daddy. Can fix this. Daddy, please come make this better and things like that. Kyoku, just calm down. Yonda tried to tell her. Let's just go home and daddy will. No. Kyoku shouted, forgetting that Yonda couldn't hear her, but she could read her expression well enough to get what she was saying. Get out of my head. Go away. Kyoku then turned and started running away. Oh crap. Kyoku, wait. Mina started running after her, quickly turning her head to Yonda. Yonda, please go find Mr. Yagi and tell him what's happening. Okay. Yonda told her, before quickly running back towards the entrance. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Despite Kyoku trying to get away from her, Mina stayed right behind her, easily keeping pace. With her, this should be obvious as she was both older and far more athletic. You couldn't bear. In the hero course if you got outrun by little girls who rarely exercise. Still, she didn't really try to stop her, as that might be detrimental to calming her down. She figured it would just be better to let her run out of energy. And so the chase continued, with Kyoku eventually running into the forest nearby. Kyoku kept running through the forest, tears in her eyes, impairing her vision, so when a small rock appeared in her path, she easily tripped over it. She fell forward, skidding across the ground, scraping her knee, and getting dirt all over her clothes. Kyoku! Mina shouted. She quickly ran up to the fallen girl, who was now crying even harder because of the pain. Hey, it's okay. It's just a scrape. It's just a scrape. You'll be fine. Here. Mina quickly pulled out a bottle of water and a handkerchief. She poured water on the wound, cleaning it really quickly, before wrapping her handkerchief around the wound. There you go. Kyoku watched Mina internally, torn between being upset, wanting to calm down, and wanting her wound attended to. Once Mina finished cleaning her wound, the acid girl sat down in front of her and gave her the kindest smile she could muster. Hey, it's okay. You can tell me what's wrong. Kyoku sniffled and turned her head away, refusing to answer. Mina sighed internally, but on the outside, she remained calm and patient. All right. You don't want to talk. You don't have to. But I'm taking you home. Your daddy wouldn't be very happy if he knew I kept you in a place that made you cry. HMPH. Kyoku huffed in dissatisfaction but has long since run out of the energy needed to argue, as well as the will to want to. You did your best. It's not your fault. We know what you think of people. Mina told her. Gently. We're all just hoping one day you'll know that people can be nice. And being around them isn't so bad. I know that. Kyoku suddenly exploded, Mina's words having hit something inside her. That caused anger to burst from inside her. I already know that. Mina flinched. Her eyes widened in shock as Kyoku's voice was so loud it resonated through the forest, carrying with it her anger and pain. I know that. I've known that for a long, long time, Kyoku continued to shout as loud as her little lungs would let her. You all keep saying it over and over again. I know, and I hate it. I know people can be nice. I know people do nice things. I know parents besides daddy can love their children. So why didn't they love me? After letting that all out, Kyoku started breathing heavily, trying to regain all the air she just let out, her face now red and sweaty, and tears were still pouring down her cheeks. There was a period of silence as Kyoku took a second to calm down and regain her breath. And Mina didn't know what to say, or if she should say anything at all quite yet. If people can be so nice, then why did I have to go through all that? Kyoku asked, her voice now low and broken, sounding more like a sob than anything. Why did my parents make me go hungry when other parents don't? Why did my parents never hug me? Or smile at me? Or love me at all? Mina could feel her heart break with each word coming out of the girl's mouth. She'd known this girl had been damaged by her previous parents, but now she finally got to see exactly how damaged she really was. But I should be fine now. Kyoku sobbed. I have a daddy that loves me a whole lot. And I have sisters and brothers and they love me too. And I play with them, and I have fun. I'm happy. But when I see people being all happy, and families being happy and loving each other, I feel like how I used to. I feel angry and sad and jealous. But why do I feel jealous? I have what they have now. What do I still feel like that? Why do I still want people to be bad, so I don't feel like that? I know it's not good. I should stop feeling like that. Like Eri and Kei. They are not like this. They don't get angry and sad and jealous. They don't hate people. So why am I like this? Kyoku looked up at Mina with red puffy tear-filled eyes and asked, is there something wrong with me? Is that why mommy and daddy didn't love me? And that's when Mina's heart shattered into a million pieces. Her body moved before she could think, and she immediately brought the girl into a hug, pressing her against her chest and rubbing circles into her back. No, her voice was firm, strong, stronger than she felt. Because honestly, Mina wanted to cry. She wanted to cry at the sight of the broken girl in front of her. that her monstrous parents had hurt her this bad and left wounds this deep. And on the inside, her heart sobbed. But on the outside, she remained unshaken, because she had to be. What this girl needed was a rock, something stable to latch onto for the moment. And since her father wasn't here, she would have to do. And so she summoned strength she didn't know she had. I'm sorry, Kyoku. I'm so sorry you had to go through all that. But I need you to know, what happened with your old parents was not your fault. Mina told her. Sometimes bad things just happen. And it's not about what you did. You were just born into a bad family. Why? Kyoku asked, sobbing into Mina's shirt, her tiny hands clutching it with all her might. Why me? Mina took a deep breath. There was really only one answer she could give. The truth. And it was gonna be really, really hard to say. I'm sorry, Kyoku, there isn't a reason. It's just bad luck. That didn't make Kyoku feel any better. If anything, it made her feel worse. All that pain she went through, all the pain she was still going through, over bad luck. She knew that was the case already. But that's why she wanted to believe that people were naturally just bad. Because then it wouldn't be that she had bad luck, that she was unlucky, and suffered for it. But she knew that it was just a lie she told herself. And in the end, hearing Mina say it, she couldn't hide behind that lie anymore. She didn't want to hide behind that lie. She had to let it go, and that hurt. It hurt so much. And so Kyoku did what most children do when they are hurt. She cried, and cried, and cried. Mina just waited patiently, letting the little girl sob into her shirt for who knows how long. It felt like hours passed until suddenly they heard a familiar voice. There! It was Yami. He'd probably used his quirk to see the geyser of negative emotions coming off Kyoku. Mina heard the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching them until she saw Izuku running towards them. Kyoku! Izuku shouted. He looked tired, out of breath. But most of all he looked worried out of his mind. Hearing his voice, Kyoku perked up. Daddy! Kyoku! Izuku shouted her name again as he got closer and closer to the two of them. Daddy! Kyoku quickly moved to get out of Mina's embrace, and Mina opened her arms to let her escape, knowing that now was the time for her to let go. Kyoku ran towards Izuku, who was already running towards her. Izuku swept her into a hug, picking her up and holding her in his arms, and she wrapped her arms and legs around him, holding onto him like her life depended on it. Oh, Kyoku. I'm so glad you're okay. Daddy, I want to go home. Kyoku told Izuku in a still very broken-sounding voice. That's okay, sweetie. We're going home right now, Izuku told her. It's okay. We're going home. Meanwhile, behind him, Yagi, Amai, Yami, and Yonda all arrived, with Yagi, in particular, struggling for breath. Finally, we made it. The secret pro-hero said as he tried to catch his breath. What's happening? Why is Kyoku crying? Amai asked, looking quite upset. Here she was, enjoying the food when suddenly something like this happens. Well, it looks like our dear sister had a bit of a breakdown. Yonda explained, her expression being a mix of concerned and annoyed. Yami's expression was as usual hard to read, but he definitely looked upset. Mina then walked over to them and fell on her butt, looking more exhausted. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Young Ashido, can you tell me what happened exactly? Yagi asked. It's a long story, Mina responded. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The trip back to the Midoriya household was quiet. No one really knew what to say, or if anything they said would be appropriate, so they just kept their mouths shut, the only sounds being that of the car, the city around them, and Kyoku's sniffles. By the time they got back, it was already nighttime, and given how physically and emotionally exhausted Kyoku was, it was decided that Izuku would put her to bed. However, given that Kyoku didn't want to leave his side, Izuku decided that she would sleep with him tonight. Kyoku snuggled up to Izuku's side as she laid in his bed, cozied up under the covers. Izuku pet her head, trying to soothe her so she could go to sleep. It's okay, Kyoku, just go to sleep. I'll be right here with you. I promise. Daddy, you love me, right? Kyoku asked, a hint of desperation in her tone. I love you, and I love all your siblings, more than life itself, Izuku told her, his voice firm. An absolute. Never doubt that, Kyoku. I will always love you. I love you too, Daddy. Kyoku sniffled, somehow hugging him even tighter. Daddy, why? Am I so weak? Kyoku, you're not weak, Izuku told her. Why would you think that? Because I'm still letting the past hurt me. Kyoku explained. Eri and Kei had it much worse than I did. And they are over it. They don't have problems going outside and being around people. Oh, Kyoku. Izuku sighed. It's not that you're weak, Eri and Kei are. They have a degree of mental strength that most people just don't have. I'm willing to say that 99% of people just don't have the strength of mind to endure everything they have and keep going like that. It's kind of absurd. Although I do think you helped Eri a lot by erasing some of those memories. Still, it's not fair to compare yourself to them. That'd be like me comparing my strength of all mights. You're not weak, you're just normal. And that's okay. It's okay to not be able to let things go right away. It's okay to be upset that bad things happen to you. It's okay to be hurt. And I'm sorry if I haven't exactly been leading by example. And I haven't provided you all the help you needed. And I'm so sorry that you had to suffer because of it. It's not your fault, Daddy, you've been busy. Kyoku tried to defend him. No, Kyoku. My job, first and foremost, is to make sure you're okay. I should have gotten you all therapist. Izuku told her, shaking his head. It's my responsibility as a parent to make sure you don't have to suffer like this. And I promise you, you will get help. You're going grow, and I will help you make sure your past doesn't hurt you anymore. Kyoku almost started crying again. The sheer love and affection in his words, all directed at her. His determination to care for her, to love her. It helped her remember that in this moment, she is loved. I love you, Daddy. Kyoku said, her heart full and feeling like it was going to burst. Thank you for loving me. Izuku smiled. No need to thank me. You made that easy. That actually did make Kyoku cry. She softly sobbed tears of joy as she snuggled against Izuku's arm. The exhaustion finally overtook her, and she almost instantly fell asleep, tears still streaming from her eyes. Once Izuku was sure she was asleep, he turned his attention to the door. You guys can come in now. After a moment, the door opened and Mina, Yagi, Yonda, and Yemi came in. Now, tell me everything that happened, Izuku told them before he turned to Yemi and Yonda. And you too. I thought you two might be up to something earlier, and I just let it go, because I assumed it would be harmless, but now I'm telling you, what were you two doing? XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. It took about half an hour to explain it all. Fortunately, Kyoku was in a very deep sleep, so nothing short of the end of the world would be waking her up. Okay. Izuku sighed, having taken in all that information. He turned once again to his two children. You two. I'm not upset, because I know you had good intentions. But for the future, do not, under any circumstances, perform psychological experiments on your siblings, without them knowing, or on anyone for that matter, really. Don't mess with people's heads, without consent. Yes, Dad, Yemi said dejectedly. I'm sorry, Father. Yonda said, equally as dejected. Like I said, I'm not upset. I'm happy you two wanted to help her, but next time you have an idea like this, tell me first, and we can talk about it. Okay. Izuku said, getting nods from both kids. Good, now go back to your rooms and get ready for dinner. The two children left, still looking bummed about how things turned out, something Izuku would no doubt have to handle at a later point. Izuku then turned his gaze towards Mina. Thank you for handling that as well you did. I'm so glad I sent you to go and not someone like Todoroki. Heh, yeah, that probably would have ended in disaster. Mina chuckled. But you don't need to thank me, I'm doing my job. Both literal job and my job as a decent human being. Izuku smiled. Well, I'm happy to have someone as capable as you working here, even if it's only temporary. Oh shucks, you're making me blush. Mina grinned, although that only showed a fraction of how actually happy she was to receive this kind of praise. And with that said, you getting a raise, Izuku told her. Hey! Mina gasped, her eyes widening. Wait. I'm not opposed to getting more money, but I don't really think what I did warrants a raise or anything. I mean, I'm already getting paid a lot. Mina, I asked if you wanted a raise, I said you getting a raise, Izuku told her. I'm doubling what you were getting before. Doubling? Mina almost fell on her butt from shock. Is that really okay? It's fine. I told you, it's not up for discussion. You're getting paid double, foregoing plus ultra. When it counted. Izuku said firmly. Hee. I'd suggest you just take the raise, young Ashido. Young Midoriya can quite stubborn. When it comes to things like this. Yagi told her, his voice filled with amusement. Mina took a second to take that in, before giving a fake exasperated sigh. Geez. My bosses. So unreasonable. Well, I guess I have no choice. Izuku smiled. Exactly. Now, you are free to go. I have some things to discuss with Mr. Yagi. Yeah, there was kinda one more thing I wanted to talk to you about, Mina said. I wanted to ask if I could work here part-time, like, after this whole thing with UA was over. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? Yeah, I mean. Mina sighed, her happy-go-lucky expression melting into one that was more upset and frustrated. It's not fair. It's really not fair that these kids had to go through all that. I always respected what you were doing here, helping kids that need help. It's a pretty great thing to do. And I really respect how much effort you put into it, but I don't think I understood just how important your job was or how much these kids needed help. The stuff with Kiba was a bit of an eye-opener, and after that interview and the stuff you said about Aries past, but this was, I've never seen a kid so broken. I never want to see a kid so broken. It broke my heart to see her that way. But I'm glad I was there for her. Because I hate thinking about what would have happened if she was alone. Izuku nodded. Kyoku was very, very affection-starved. So having someone who cared about her nearby when she was feeling like how she did was very important. It's why he sent someone like Mina in the first place. These kids deserve to be happy and loved and get lots of hugs. Mina said, sounding very determined. And since you can only give so many hugs at once, I want to be there to give them even more hugs. I see. Izuku turned his head up towards her and gave her a relieved smile. Thank you for caring so much about them. We can talk about the terms of your employment later, but you definitely have the job if you want it. All right. Thanks, sir. I promise I won't let you down. Mina swore, giving him a salute. After today, I have every bit of confidence you won't, Izuku said. Now please leave me and Mr. Yagi alone for a while. We really need to talk. Got it, sir. See you in the morning. Mina said, before exiting the room, finally leaving Izuku and All Might alone. Now All Might, you mentioned something about someone wanting to contact me, asking about a job. Izuku inquired. Right, have you ever heard of Collie Bait? All Might asked him. I don't think so, but that last name does sound familiar, Izuku said, trying to recall where he knew that name from. Well, you're probably more familiar with her older sister, Kathleen Bate. All Might explained, or as she's more well known as Star and Stripe. Reach for the stars. It's been a strange week for Eri. First was the interview that revealed her backstory to the world. Now, Izuku had already told her that people would treat her differently after he told them this. Not badly. If anything, they'd likely be nicer to her. She didn't fully understand what that meant, and thus didn't know what to expect, but she was hopeful, although she didn't really know what to think about results. Class 1A universally started looking at her with pity, even the more stoic members like Todoroki and Shinso, and they all started treating her like she was made of glass, giving her a bit more attention and speaking more kindly to her. And Toru just straight broke down sobbing while hugging her, repeating I'm sorry over and over again. Her family also all seemed to change the way they looked at her. Some not so much. Kei just gave her a pat on the back and said everything was going to be all right and nothing else. Fu did something similar, patting her on the head and praising her mental fortitude. And Netsu burst into her room and said she was awesome for not letting all that keep her down. Some started acting a bit more like 1A. Noro and Shiruku kept giving her those pitying looks, and the latter even gave her a nice dress with a note saying that it was a gift for surviving. Mu even showed his face to her for the first time, asking her if it was true, before giving her a very, very brief hug, and then disappearing. Then there were Fuku, who tried to invite her to a tea party with some sweets she made herself, but in the end, Fuku just burst into tears and kept apologizing for thinking that she And Eri went through the same thing when Eri's experience was clearly worse. And Eri ended up having to comfort her. The same thing happened with Kai, who was just overwhelmed with grief for what happened to his big sister, getting his massive tears everywhere. It was a messy situation. Even more messy was Kiba's response to the situation. Kiba was just absolutely enraged when she heard about what happened to her. And she did what she normally did when she got angry: brutalize Fu. In this case, she decided to stream herself, destroying Fu in horrible and creative ways, for almost an hour, threatening to do the same thing to anyone who tried harm even a hair on Eri's head. She then afterward proudly showed Eri the comments on that video, and Eri honestly wasn't sure what to think. On the one hand, seeing tens of thousands of people all willing to defend her and wishing her well was very heartwarming. But on the other hand, seeing tens of thousands of people angrily threatening to commit violent murder against anyone who even looked at her funny made her a bit uneasy. Eri disliked Overhaul as much as anyone, well, not as much as these people apparently, especially after realizing how unnecessary and spiteful his method of taking blood was. But she didn't like the idea of him getting horribly murdered by enough people. And lastly, Eri was pretty sure Ken was avoiding her. She didn't know why exactly, but whenever she entered a room Ken was in, Ken left, so that was the only conclusion she could come to. Overall, she didn't really know how to feel about all this. It was nice to see how much everyone cared for her, but it was all a bit much. She didn't have much time to think about it though, because then the house got attacked. Well, not really. As it turns out, the cat lady that was attacking them and destroying all the Grim was just here to ask for a job. But Eri didn't know this at the time, and it terrified her, being stuck in the practice room with all of her siblings, most of whom were also nervous and afraid while Izuku was out there, seemingly in potential danger, was one of the worst experiences of her life since she'd come into Izuku's care. And so when Izuku did in fact end up hiring her, Eri was a bit conflicted at first, but quickly came out feeling positive about the whole thing. Sure, she had scared them and given her an unpleasant experience, but she hadn't meant to. And in the end, the only people that got hurt were the cat woman herself, and a lot of Grim. But they weren't really living beings anyway. Eri decided instead of focusing on that, she would focus on the fact that they now had a very strong cat lady protecting them. So that was neat. Even neater was that the shock of the incident took attention away from Eri. People still viewed Eri differently now, and would likely continue to view her differently, but the house was no longer focused on pitying Eri anymore. Although Ken was still avoiding her, much to her chagrin. But she didn't have much time to deal with that before Kyoku apparently had a breakdown. So now she was going to deal with that, because Eri was a good sister. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. After waking up next to her father in the morning, Kyoku quickly went back to her own room, eating her breakfast there too, as she wanted to think for a while. And after being alone with her thoughts for a while, Kyoku started asking herself questions about her life, namely, what next? She obviously could just wait and see what the therapist said, but who knows how long it would be until she got to see one, and she wanted something to change now. Kyoku didn't like being the way she was, and in order to change herself, she needed to make some kind of change to how she lived, or how she viewed the world or something. Eventually, there was a knock on the door, and a familiar voice sounded. Kyoku? Can I come in? Having been alone with her complicated thoughts, asking questions she didn't have the answer to, she was more than happy to let Eri come in. She quickly made her way over to the door and opened it up, revealing Eri and Yemi on the other side. Oh, it's you. Kyoku scowled at the pale boy. Izuku told her about Yemi and Yonder's machinations, and she was not pleased, to say the least. Yami gave her an apologetic bow. Sorry I performed psycho experiments on you. I just wanted to understand you. Help you. Kyoku pouted heavily, crossing her arms and giving Yemi a light glare. On one hand, the events of yesterday had been pretty horrid. But on the other, Yemi did only intend to help her become a more positive person, which she did really want. After taking a second to think it over, she huffed. Fine, I'll forgive you. But you better not do anything like that ever again. Got it? Yemi nodded. Eri then came in and opened her arms. Is it okay if I dash? Before she could even finish the question, Kyoku nearly launched herself at her and wrapped her own arms around the horned girl. Yes, please. Ari had been taken off guard for a second, but quickly reciprocated the hug. Kyoku took in Ari's affection, drinking it up like a person would water after nearly dying of thirst. The two stayed like this for a while, like a really long while. A bit longer than Ari was prepared for, but she didn't know how to ask to disengage from it, so she just continued on, awkwardly, wondering when it was going to stop. Eventually, Kyoku figured out that she'd been hugging her for too long, and did finally let go. "I love you, sis," Kyoku told her, hoping desperately to hear it back. "I love you too." Ari was a bit taken off guard by how affectionate she was being, but quickly deduced it was likely because of yesterday's events. "Are you okay?" "I don't know." Kyoku frowned. "Want to talk about it?" Yemi asked. Normally Kyoku didn't really like talking about her deeply personal feelings, but maybe that was part of her problem. "Okay." Kyoku sighed as she got ready to explain. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. "So, you want to change something about yourself, but you don't know what." Eri summarized after hearing Kyoku's ordeal. "I know Daddy said he would help me, but he has so much to do." Kyoku sighed. "I want to do something by myself, but I can't think of anything." "Find goal," Yemi said simply. "Huh." Kyoku gave him a confused look that begged him to elaborate. "Find goal. Work for goal." Yemi told her. "Working for goal makes you feel good. Like doing something with life." "I think I understand," Eri said. "When I do something that makes it feel like I'm improving, I feel good. Like when I do something I think is scary to get better at doing things like that. Or when I learn about medicine and bodies so I can become a doctor. It makes me feel like I exist for a reason." "Me too." Yemi nodded. "Like existing for a reason. A goal." Kyoku repeated to herself. She of course wanted to take this advice. After all, it was an idea, which was more than what she had. But then that posed the question, what would her goal be? Would it be some kind of self-improvement? Should it be job-focused? Should it be something simpler? Eri and Yemi could see the struggle on Kyoku's face and could practically hear the gears turning in her head as she tried to figure out the answer to her question. "Why not learn to help Dad?" Yemi asked. Kyoku's eyes widened. "Huh. Dad has lots of work. Hard to do. Takes lots of time. You said you want help him." Yemi explained. "Why not learn how to do paperwork and stuff, so Dad has less work?" That's a great idea." Kyoku shouted excitedly, her eyes lighting up. The more she thought about it, the more the idea of becoming Izuku's assistant excited her. She'd not only get to help Izuku out and give him more to relax, but she'd get to spend way more time with him as well. It was perfect. Despite only having a goal for less than a minute, the future already felt brighter, and Kyoku felt energized. Immediately she gave Eri another hug. "Thanks, sis." Kyoku jumped off the bed and was about to go to Izuku, but she stopped as she reached for the doorknob when she realized she forgot something. She turned to Yemi and gave him a thumbs up before running out of the room. Yemi smiled a bit. It wasn't the same thank you Eri had gotten, but it was enough to let him know that he helped. And that was all he really needed. In fact, he didn't even really need that. Yami's reward was watching the negativity in a person disperse, and positivity overtakes it. Because being kind was its own reward. XXXXXXXXX. Izuku was trying his hardest to keep it together. Because right now he had to try and be as professional as possible while having a video conference with Star and Stripe and her younger sister Collie. At this point, after being around All Might as much as he was, you'd think he wouldn't be as overexcited to meet Star and Stripe, especially over a video call. But for some reason, the unexpectedness of it all, and the fact that Star was an international hero, made him giddy inside. But he had to be serious, as he assumed this was important. Collie Bate was not nearly as flashy as her sister, nor as All Might looking was the only way Izuku could describe it. She looked like any ordinary businesswoman, her blonde hair tied up in a ponytail, and her suit neat and tidy. If you took one look at her you wouldn't think she was the youngest sister of the strongest woman in the world. "So you must be Izuku Midoriya," Star said, taking a good look at him through the camera. "You really are just a 15-year-old boy." "Cassie," Collie scolded her sister. "He's not just a 15-year-old boy. He's a 15-year-old boy who is the head of a foundation that helps children in need." A foundation we are currently. Asking for help. Show a little respect. Right. Sorry. Haha. Star laughed. My apologies, Midoriya. I'm not the most formal person in the world, so forgive me if I seem a bit rude. Just know that I mean no disrespect. I greatly admire your work and the effort you put into helping those children. It's no issue. Izuku stuttered, trying not to get riled up at being complimented by America's #1 hero. I'm not someone who cares about things like that. Then we should get along swimmingly. Star bellowed. Now, on to the reason we're here. How much did All Might tell you exactly? He told me that Star and Stripe asking my assistance, involving her sister potentially. Working here, Izuku said. He said I should get more details from the two of you, and gave me the information needed to set up this call. I see. That's probably for the best. Collie said. This way we won't have any misconceptions to deal with. Right. Now, as you can tell, I am rather confused about why you would want to stop working as head of Star's agency to go to Japan and work for me specifically. Izuku told them. Of course, anyone would be confused after hearing that, but I promise you it will all make sense when I explain the situation. Collie assured him. Her voice was very professional. Unlike her sisters, in fact, she just to be the opposite of Star in many regards. All right, please do, Izuku told them. Collie took a deep breath, getting all the facts straight in her head, before laying them out for Izuku. So this all started a few months ago, when he finally discovered my daughter, Alice's quirk, Destiny Dictation. Izuku wanted to shake the hand of whoever named that quirk. It was a powerful name, for what Izuku could only assume was a powerful quirk. It's a rather complicated quirk, which is why it took us so long to figure out it existed and how it works, but I will try to explain it in the most comprehensive way possible, Collie said. The easiest way to explain would be to give an example. Let's say Alice writes down that at 2 o'clock you will brush your teeth. Then, at 2 o'clock, you will be very strongly compelled, not quite forced but very nearly so, to brush your teeth. It doesn't matter if you already did so. Unless you have a strong desire not to do so, you will brush your teeth at exactly 2 o'clock. So, it's a quirk that allows her to force others to do things that she's written that they'll do, Izuku said, trying to wrap his head around it. So she really is a sense dictating destiny. That's a very powerful quirk. Yes, but there are limitations, Collie told him. Firstly, she has to put in a time. Secondly, she can only influence a person's actions for about an hour a day. Essentially speaking, once she puts in a time, every event she writes has to take place within the hour after time she set. Otherwise, it won't have any effect. Unless, of course, she does something within that hour that will affect you after the hour is up. Let's say that you start cooking something, but it takes over an hour. She can't make you keep cooking it after the hour is up, but you're likely going to continue doing that anyway. Third, she has to know the full name of the person she's trying to influence, and the person she's trying to influence has to accept that that is their name. Let's say someone's legal name is Barbara, but the person doesn't identify themselves by that name and goes by Sarah. If Alice writes down Bar, it won't have any effect. Fourth, as I said, her quirk strongly influences people to do what she's written, but it can't necessarily force them. It's not quite mind control. She can't force you to do anything you're too strongly against. For most people, she can't force them to take their own lives or set themselves on fire. The person will still feel influenced to do that, but they likely will just shake it off. Also, if you know you're being influenced by Alice's quirk, you can very easily refute it. Fifth is that she can't force you to do anything physically impossible, although she can make you try. And sixth is contradiction. Essentially, if what happens strays away from what she's written, her quirk is nullified. Let's say that she wrote that someone will go into a store, buy bread, leave and then go buy shoes. If the store that person goes into has no bread, then they won't be able to do what Alice wrote, and the rest of what she wrote will be nullified, meaning they won't have to go and buy shoes. I see. Izuku took that all in, formulating theories and questions in his mind. How specific or vague can these scenarios be? As much as she wants. Although the vaguer she is, the harder it is for her to know exactly what's going to happen. And the more specific she is, the more easily an outside influence can interfere and nullify her quirk's effect. Collie explained. It was a quirk that had a lot of limitations. Strict ones too. Ones that could make the quirk useless if it were used improperly, or if she just got unlucky. But those limitations were almost nothing compared to the possibilities. She could make depressed people end their lives. She could make villains rob a specific bank and allow the heroes to know exactly where they were going to be and when. She could make someone humiliate themselves or ruin their whole lives. If she was dedicated enough, she could influence a person's thoughts daily and condition them to the point where either it was easier to control them, or to the point where she didn't need to use her quirk at all. And all of this without any risk to herself. Heck, it's more than likely the victims wouldn't even know Alice was ever involved. Of course, the most impressive things Alice could do with her quirk would require resources, namely information about people's names and possible factors that could nullify her quirk. And if she had those, she could subtly change the world on an unimaginable scale. As you can see, my daughter has a powerful quirk, to say the least. Collie sighed. She'd definitely be considered. What were they called again? OPCs. Yes, OPCs, my apologies. We don't have a system for overly powerful children in America, so I'm unfamiliar with the terms. Although we likely should have something in place like what you have with your foundation. I'm working on it, Star said. Ever since I heard about your foundation, I've been pushing to get something similar over here in the States. It's been a bit difficult, but I think I'm making progress. Right. But back to the topic at hand. As you probably know by now, when there are powerful quirks, there are people who want to use them. People may not have the best intentions, but they do have lots of influence. Collie explained, her face and tone dead serious, but Izuku could see a hint of nervousness. As you know, Star's agency works closely with the American government, and as head secretary, that means I also work closely with the American government. And ever since Alice got her quirk, they've been acting differently. They started contacting me less, and when they do contact me, they act far too nice. Not to mention they've been being even more lenient with Star and her agency. The moment that started, I knew they wanted Alice. So I managed to scrape together many of my contacts and resources, and I figured out exactly what they intended to do with Alice, and what they planned to do if I wasn't being cooperative. Needless to say, I can't allow it. Right. They planned to take away her future and force her to do what's best for them, not her. Izuku summarized angrily. He wasn't surprised by any means, but he sure as hell was upset about this situation. That's unacceptable. Problem is, this isn't a situation I can easily get out of, Collie explained. The government is willing to do a lot to ensure that Alice is under their control, and given the amount of power and influence they have in the country, it's evident I can't stay in America any longer. Star sighed with dismay, looking very distraught at that statement, and Izuku couldn't blame her. Her sister was essentially being forced out of the country, otherwise, her niece's freedom would be at risk. Izuku couldn't imagine how frustrating that must be, especially because the people doing this were the same ones she'd served for so long, and done so much for. But the issue with going to other counties is I have no guarantee that they won't try to do something similar. Collie continued. Having very few options, I called Star to see if we could brainstorm ideas for how to get out of this situation. And so when faced with this perilous situation, I knew there was only one man to call. Star said dramatically. All Might. I told him about our situation. He advised working for you. After all, you have enough power and leverage to hold back the Japanese government, if they try to do anything too heavy-handed with Alice. Not to mention you live in a highly secure facility that should protect her from kidnapping, and there are a bunch of other children with superpowered quirks, so she won't be treated too differently. I see. Izuku thought over it for a minute, before looking at the camera with a look of pure determination. All right, you're hired. Just like that? Collie asked, only sounding slightly surprised. No interview, or screenings, or anything. Even if you couldn't perform well as a secretary, which I doubt considering your history, I'd be able to find something for you to do, Izuku told her. But really, the #1 heroes of both Japan and America have asked to aid someone in desperate need of help. I'd never be able to live with myself if I turned you away. Ahaha. See, sis, I told you calling All Might was the right idea. Star laughed. Even if he can't punch the problem away, he knows good people. I suppose you're right. The relief in Collie's voice and on her face was very evident. It looked like the world had just been lifted off her shoulders. Even though they weren't necessary in the clear quite yet, it was good that they had a concrete plan in place. Thank you. Just thank you so much. You're welcome. But there is something I need to tell you. Izuku said. Currently there is an unknown group that has been trying to kill me for the past month. They seem to be solely focused on me rather than the kids, but I can't guarantee that they won't try to harm them. I've been greatly increasing the security of the house, and I've been in talks with Island about using their technology to increase it even more, although that will take a while. We've yet to have any real leads on the group's identity, other than their quirks supremacist. I doubt your daughter would be in any real danger, as, and I am loath to say this, if they somehow got past my extensive security, then the children would likely take down any attackers they send, while also protecting her from any harm. That being said, I felt like you deserved to know this information. Ah, damn it, there's always a catch, Star said, letting out a frustrated sigh. I see. Well, we don't really have any other options. So that doesn't change our decision. Collie said. All right, but, in light of that, I will need you and Alice to undergo mental probing before you arrive. Izuku felt a twinge of guilt immediately after saying that. I'm deeply sorry about having to ask that of you, and even more so for asking that of your daughter. But, given her quirk, it's necessary. Collie gave a sigh of acceptance. Well, it's not just her quirk. Your own quirk is very dangerous in its own right. Izuku pointed out. Collie's quirk was called Absolute Authority. If she called out the name of someone, she could force them to do whatever she tells them. The only drawbacks was that the person needed to hear her words, and much like her daughter, she needed to know the person's name. It wasn't as powerful as her sister's quirk, but unlike Star, she didn't need to touch anything for her quirk to work. And given that A, people are actively trying to kill me, and B, I have to protect the children. At all cost, I can't ignore a potential risk, Izuku told them with a guilty expression. Once I sincerely apologized. That's unnecessary, Collie reassured him. If anything, it's reassuring to see how protective you are. It makes me feel more confident in this plan. I never saw the issue with mental probes. If you've got nothing to hide, then what's the problem? Star asked nonchalantly. Collie let out a long-suffering sigh. We are not having this conversation right now. All right, how much does Alice know about the situation? Izuku asked. Currently, not much, but I plan on telling her soon. Things are going to get very complicated, and a lot of things are going to change, so it'll be important for her to understand the stakes. Collie said. I agree. Izuku nodded, before turning to Star. Star and Stripes. Just call me Cassie. After all, you're helping us out this much, it would be rude to make you refer to me by my hero name. Star told him. Oh, okay. CCCCA Cassie. Izuku stuttered, her face turning red from embarrassment. Please stay with her until she gets here. They're going to get desperate to get Alice at any cost, especially when they learn about her leaving the country. Right, finally time to take those days off, Star replied. We also should move as quickly as possible. The more time we give them, the more anxious they get and the more time they have to plan and pool together their resources. Izuku said. When should I expect you here? A few weeks is the soonest I can come. Collie estimated. Right, I'll see you then, Izuku told them. Please, be careful. I will, but, Midoriya, I know I've asked a lot of you, but please promise me that if anything happens to me, you'll take care of Alice. Collie asked, almost begging. Don't say that. Izuku and Star said at the same time. You're going to get here safe, and you and Alice will be able to live in peace, relative peace, Izuku said. That's right. As your older sister, I refuse to let you think such stupid things. Star told her. Right, but I'm just being cautious. Collie once again gave him a desperate look. If something happens to me, Cass, I need you to promise me you'll get Alice to Japan. And, Midoriya, please promise me you'll take care of her in my stead, I'm begging you. Izuku looked into her eyes, and he saw the desperation of a mother, worried for her child's safety. I promise. I will take care of her. You have my word. Izuku told her. Thank you. Collie let out another sigh of relief. Sis. Star looked away from the camera. You're both getting to Japan safely. End of story. Sis dash Collie let out another sigh, but this one was more disappointed than relieved. End of discussion. Star then put her hand on the computer. This computer will shut off. And with that, she left the call. Did she just? Izuku was in disbelief. Use her quirk to turn the computer off instead of just turning it off normally. Yes, she does that. She does that a lot. Collie sighed. She's so stubborn. Thankfully I don't need to worry about her making that promise all that much. If something happened to me, I know for a fact she would make sure Alice got to you before she immediately goes back to the States and does something stupid. My big sister is such a handful. Well, maybe so. But at least you can say, my sister has saved thousands of lives. That's something. Izuku tried to cheer her up. Collie gave a brief chuckle before a fond smile grew on her face. Yeah, I can, thank you. Midoriya. For everything. I look forward to working with you. I feel the same, Izuku said to her, giving her a kind smile. See you soon and good luck. Collie then ended the call, leaving Izuku alone in his office. He sank back in his chair, letting go of the tension he'd been holding on to the entire conversation. Less than a year ago, he was a nobody who people deemed as so worthless that his nickname was Deku. Now he was the head of a super-rich foundation, with so many children relying on him for help, and All Might contacted him to tell him that Star and Stripes and her sister needed his help. It was mind-boggling, to say the least. But he didn't get much time to process it, because suddenly Kyoku ran into his office. Excitedly. Kyoku, you're supposed to knock. Izuku half-heartedly scolded her, mostly because he was just out of energy. Daddy, I know what I want to work towards. Kyoku said, a rush of pure excitement as she ran up to him and held up her arms. Oh. Izuku lifted her up on his lap, curious about what this was about. I want to be your assistant. Kyoku told him with a sparkle in her eye that Izuku rarely saw. I want to learn how to do all that paperwork stuff, so you don't have to work as hard. And I can spend more time with you. Izuku felt his heart clench, and his face scrunched up. Daddy, you're making the scrunchy face again. Kyoku gasped. That means you're happy, right? Yes, sweetie. I'm very happy. Izuku said, trying to recover from the shot of wholesomeness he just got. After getting over how cute she was, and happy that made him, he gave her a pat on the head. All right, Kyoku, you want to help me with paperwork. It's gonna take a lot of learning, and it's not very interesting work. I don't mind. I'll be the best assistant in the whole world. Kyoku swore, in a fashion that Izuku found absolutely adorable. Okay, well then, why don't you go play for now? And tomorrow I'll have a lesson planned for you, okay? Izuku told her. Kyoku frowned. We can't do it right now. If you rush things, then there's a good chance you may not do it right. You have to take your time and be patient. Izuku told her, before setting her down. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to learn, okay? Okay. Kyoku nodded. Good. Now go play. I'm sure Eri and Kei would love to spend some time with you today. Izuku told her. All right, Daddy. I love you. Kyoku said. Izuku smiled at her. I love you too. I am the bone of my sword. I'd like to apply for the bodyguard position. Izuku was utterly flabbergasted. He was just laying down on his bed, and his phone rang, and someone called him, and asked to apply for a job. Now, really that shouldn't be surprising, because that's really how it's supposed to go. He was only taken off guard because of the way the last bodyguard applied for the position. Oh, I suppose I could set up an interview, and I'll have to test your abilities. Izuku responded. Give me your name and number. I'll do a background check and I'll call you to tell you the date of the interview. Right. My name is Saibura. The woman on the phone explained. And my number is dash. Wait a minute. Izuku blurted out in shock. As in, that Saibura. As in the former pro. Hero Saber. Yes. The woman said reluctantly. The very same. Well, I suppose testing your abilities is unnecessary then, Izuku said in utter disbelief. No, it's been a while since I was active. It would be good to make sure my abilities are still up to par. Sai insisted, her voice firm and unwavering. Well, if you insist, Izuku responded. I suppose the background check won't take as long. Then, your history is well documented. I'm still going to do some research, but everything should be fine. You can come around in a couple of days, and I'll have everything set up for you by then. I see. Thank you. Sai said. XXXXXXXXX. A few days later, Sai came into Izuku's office for Izuku's first ever interview. Welcome, please make yourself comfortable, Izuku said, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. Thank you. Sai nodded respectfully, sitting down. Sai was relatively young for being a retired pro hero, being only 33 and looking like she was 20. She had long blonde hair that was tied in a bun, deep blue eyes, and unblemished skin. Would make you think she'd never had seen battle before, if not for her calloused hands. She was wearing a black suit and a red tie. Not something you would normally see a woman in, but it fit the serious way she carried herself. Now, firstly, why do you want to work here? Izuku asked. He'd taken yesterday to compose himself, making sure he could be completely serious and not fanboy in the face of the former pro hero. As you know, I was a former pro hero. I quit for personal reasons. However, I've spent most of my life training to be a hero, and as such my skill set is limited. Sai admitted. This seems to just be the best use of my talents. I see. Thank you. I consider that high praise. Izuku said, forcing down a bit of giddiness. All right, next, how do you feel about OPCs? I don't have feelings one way or the other. Human beings are human beings, and should be treated as such. Sai stated simply. Perfect answer. Izuku thought, smiling a bit. All right, well, given how much I know about you, this interview doesn't really need to go on much longer. I suppose we should move on to the test portion of the interview. I see. Well then, let's not waste time. Sai said, standing up. Please lead me to my test. XXXXXXXXXX. The test was taking place in the training room, and as they entered the room, they found Kiba, Netsu, and Yami waiting for them. So this is the former pro hero. Kiba looked over her with her arms crossed, looking skeptical. I'll admit she does look quite good in that suit, but I'm eager to see if she can meet our expectations. I can't wait to see her fight. This is gonna be so cool. Netsu was far more openly excited about all this, as opposed to his other two siblings. Yami didn't seem to care much. I hope that my performance will be satisfactory, Sai said, giving them a small, but genuine, smile and giving them a polite bow. I will do my best. I'd hope so. Otherwise, why would we consider hiring you? Kiba asked. I expect you to give 110%. Understood, Sai said. Well, she's pretty good with kids, so that's a relief. Izuku thought. Okay, well then, Yami, if you would. Yami nodded and turned around before vomiting a large amount of black goop. The black goop then took form in the shape of a Goliath. Oh, so that's how those are made, Sai said, trying and mostly succeeding in not looking disgusted. Well, your first test will be to subdue the Goliath without killing it, Izuku told her. I see. That makes sense, Sai said as she got ready to start, staying on the other side of the room. Fortunately, I am experienced in that department. Very well. Begin, Izuku ordered. Immediately, the Goliath started charging towards her, its huge figure looming over the much smaller woman it was against. But she stood calmly, not moving an inch or showing a hint of fear, as the space behind her rippled like water. Boom. Then suddenly, a sword shot out of the ripple, hit the Goliath in the face, and exploded. Rah! The Goliath roared in pain, as it was injured and blinded by the explosion, and it tilted to the side, running past Sai, and into a wall behind her, stunning it even more. After that, more ripples appeared around the Goliath's legs, and more swords shot out of them, not exploding this time, but slashing its legs, and causing it to fall on its side. Unable to get up. I believe my opponent is no longer capable of continuing, Sai noted, still not taking her eyes off Goliath. Shall we move on? Whoa, so many swords. Where did they come from? Netsu asked, turning to Izuku for an explanation. This is Saber's quirk. Infinite Blade works. Izuku gladly explained. Boru has access to her own personal pocket dimension, in which exist infinite copies of every sword she has ever seen. She can create portals to this dimension and pull those swords out of it. Or just shoot them out at high speeds like you saw her do here. That is a spectacular quirk, with an even more spectacular name. Kiba commented, seemingly pleased by her performance. Unlimited blade works. How many portals can she open at once? Netsu asked, his flames burning brighter than normal. About 50, Sai explained. Although the more I open, the faster I drain myself. Why did one of them explode? Yemi asked. Well, to put it simply, I can recreate anything I considered a sword. Sai explained. With all the effects and aspects of the original. As such, I have been shown a variety of special swords made solely for the purpose of strengthening my quirk. This includes swords designed specifically to explode upon impact. Of course, I have different types of explosive swords with different levels of power. Right. I've only ever witnessed your full power once, and it was awe-inspiring. Izuku recalled, smiling fondly. For some reason, after saying that, Sai's expression dipped a little bit before returning to her normal, neutral one. My maximum yield is a bit damaging to be shown off in a place as small and confined as this one. So unfortunately, children, you'll have to wait to see my full capabilities. That is assuming I pass these next tests. I doubt you'll come close to failing, Izuku said. We'll start the next test, but could you dispose of the Goliath first? Of course, Sai said, as a portal opened and shot a sword at lightning speed right into the Goliath's neck, killing it. After it faded away, Izuku turned to Yami. You can begin. Yami nodded and started vomiting out more goop. This time a lot more. The goop then turned into a small army of Beringels that surrounded Sai entirely. All right, the same rules apply as the last test, Izuku instructed. One question, Sai said before the test began. Are these things susceptible to poisons and toxins? The Grimm are meant to replicate living organisms, albeit but stronger than your typical person or animal. So yes, but they'd have to be pretty powerful. Izuku explained. I see, Sai responded. That was all. I am ready to begin. Okay, start the test, Izuku said. Yemi nodded, and a moment later, the Beringels all charged at her. Of course, they didn't get very far, as portals opened up behind them, and a ton of short swords shot into their backs with extreme force, knocking them all the ground in an instant, leaving them at her feet. The Beringels tried to get up, but they struggled for a bit before stopping completely, lying helpless on the floor. So she had poison blades as well. Kiba deduced, smirking with satisfaction. Very nice. She's taking them all out without even moving. That's so cool. Netsu said. Well, we've seen your capabilities against both tough single opponents and strong groups of opponents. Now we just need to see if you can take on something truly fearsome, which I know you can, but I'm making sure. Izuku explained, trying not to make a fool of himself. Anyway, the final test has already been set up, and it starts now. And sorry for what's about to happen. Sai's eyes widened as she quickly put together what was happening, and she immediately reacted. She pulled a sword out of a portal and quickly turned and slashed behind her. She slashed something and saw something. She assumed it was a Grimm, whose darkness from the wound. For a second before it closed up. Sai then heard the creature jump back and created more portals behind it and shot swords out at where she assumed it was. However, the swords flew right past where she thought it was, as the Grimm had ducked down, with the swords flying overhead, right at Sai. Sai makes a portal in front of her and shoots a sword out of it, deflecting the sword that was coming at her. And yet, a second later, something hit her, pushing her back and holding her against the wall. Ugh! Sai cried out as she felt a hand holding her throat and choking her. She shot another sword from below, cutting off the invisible extended arm and freeing her. It seems this one will be a lot more trouble, Sai thought. Taking things up a notch, Sai opened a ton of portals on both sides of the room and started shooting out swords pretty much everywhere. Suddenly, the hound became visible, ripped off its own head, and threw it at Sai. The swords hit the hound's body, sinking into his flesh, but the head managed to slip through one of the openings between the swords. Its head flew at Sai, teeth bared at the former hero. Sai jumped back, avoiding the head as it landed on the ground. Then she watched in shock as the creature began to regenerate its body. I see. So that was the point of this exercise. Sai thought as she opened a large number of portals around the still regenerating hound. Kaboom! The swords all hit the hound, creating a huge explosion, engulfing the hound completely. Izuku and the children shielded their faces and eyes from the light and the wind that came from the blast. When the explosion died down and the smoke cleared, all that could be seen was black smoke, if now dead hound, dissipating into the air. Izuku gave a melancholy smile. You killed it. You never said that the rules of the previous test applied to this one. And what's more, this opponent was one that both constantly adapted and regenerated. Sai explained calmly. It was never an opponent that one could realistically capture or non-lethally incapacitate. Or at the least, most opponents would lack the means to do so. Therefore, the purpose of this test was to see if I was willing to know when taking a life is necessary to protect the children. Izuku nodded, and his smile vanished. I despise the thought of killing, and if it was up to me, I would never, ever take a life. But, as a father and caretaker, my children must always come first. While I would never go to it as a first resort, I have to acknowledge that there are some opponents that are simply unable to be contained or captured. Therefore, I need the people charged with protecting this place to be able to do the same. Sai closed her eyes and considered her next words. I have taken the lives of villains before. It is a very heavy decision to make, and should not be made for a shallow cause. However, protecting children, that is a cause worthy of taking a life. I see. Then there is no need to test you any further. Izuku said. You're hired. Sai smiled and pulled out a sword, a golden blade with a bright blue hilt. Then I swear to you, upon my blade, I will protect you and these children, no matter the cost. Yes, you will do quite nicely. Kiba smiled. I am happy to welcome you as part of our army. Handle our forces with care, and protect your queen and her siblings with pride. Sai gave a brief chuckle. Of course, my lady. Can I keep one of the swords? Netsu asked. Unfortunately, the swords will not remain here for much longer, Sai explained. A few moments after she said that, the swords she had summoned disappeared in a bright blue light. Whoa! What happened to them? Netsu asked, running over to where the swords once were. The swords I make are not of this world. They belong to the world inside my imagination. A world of infinite swords. When I force them through the portal here, I'm forcing something that should not exist into existence. Sai explained. As such, they can only be here for a certain amount of time before they fade back into their own reality. The same goes for anything that I would drag into that world, aside from swords, that is. Interesting. Well, you can tell me about the details of your quirk in our wrap-up discussion. Izuku said. We'll talk about pay, accommodations, health care, terms. All that. Very well, let's take this back to your office, sir, Sai said, as she and Izuku departed. XXXXXXXXXX. A couple hours later, the two had worked everything out, and contracts had been signed, cementing Sai as the bodyguard for the Midoriya Foundation. All right. So, do you have any last questions or concerns? Izuku asked her before the meeting ended. Sai paused for a moment before speaking. You haven't asked about why I quit. I didn't feel a need. Izuku dismissed her concern, but that didn't seem to sit right with her. The HPSC has gone to lengths to make sure I would have difficulties finding work elsewhere. Sai continued. To be honest, I applied here not just because it seemed like a noble cause, but also because I was hoping you'd be kind enough to overlook that. It's not hard to tell that a lot of the discouraging things the HPSC has said about you are exaggerated, Izuku explained. I'm sure you had your reasons for quitting, and I won't ask you if it makes you uncomfortable. Although, admittedly, I have put together my own theory, with the information I have available to me. My apologies if that seems a bit invasive. Sai sighed. No. It's perfectly reasonable to be curious and come to your own conclusions. Although, I would like to hear about your theory. There was a minute of silence, as Izuku took a second to think about what he was going to say. Well, I know you were taken in by the HPSC at a young age and spent most of your life training to be a hero. Izuku started. Eventually you gained your hero license and became the leader of a team of heroes, consisting of yourself, Saber, and your teammates, Lancer, Berserker, Caster, Assassin, and Archer. You performed very well, with all of you being extremely powerful heroes in your own right, and as a team you were even more effective. Then, all of a sudden, Lancer and Berserker were announced to be dead, Caster was revealed to be a villain, and Archer and Assassin disappeared off the face of the earth. And lastly, you quit being a pro-hero. Sai remained quiet, listening intently to Izuku's words. My theory is as such. Caster had been secretly doing something, I don't know what, that she was afraid of you all finding out about. Izuku continued. Berserker's quirk was notoriously hard to control, and if something set him off emotionally while it was active, then it could be disastrous. I'm guessing Caster sabotaged you all, making Berserker go out of control, which was the reason for Lance's death. You and Berserker were known to be good friends, but considering his power and how much damage he could do, you would have no choice but to put him down, while the other two took care of Caster. Once again, Sai remained silent, not confirming or denying anything yet. I have no idea what became of Assassin and Archer. I presume they are still alive, and were just heavily discouraged, leaving without going through the formalities you did. Izuku said, Now as for you, I have little doubt that the events of this tragedy had shaken you a bit. But, even then looking at your behavior then, and even now, I doubt that'd have been enough to get you to quit outright. Something was said or revealed, or done, by someone, that either heavily damaged, or destroyed your faith in heroes outright. That's the only thing I could think of as to why someone who spent their entire life in the pursuit of one goal would suddenly quit. Once Izuku finished giving out his theory, there was a long, tense silence, with Sai looking down the entire time. Eventually, she pulled up her head, a serious look in her eye. It almost alarming how much of that you managed to put together. I suppose, in that case, I'll fill in the blanks. As it turns out, Caster was working with someone known as All for One. Izuku's eyes widened. All for One. Sai's eyes widened as well, seemingly shocked that Izuku knew about the mysterious villain. However, her expression returned to her serious one, and she continued the story. Yes. For whatever reason, Caster was working for that villain, and when we discovered this and tried to apprehend her, Berserker suddenly attacked us and killed Lancer with a surprise attack. He didn't seem to be himself. I don't know what Caster did or how she did it, but somehow she was controlling Berserker, forcing him to fight us. He was too strong, even stronger than normal, and I killed him. Now it was Izuku who stayed silent, giving nothing more than a sympathetic look, not wanting to show any disrespect towards this woman's loss. As you said, Archer and Assassin took down Caster, although she was significantly stronger than normal, and she was using her quick in ways we've never seen before. Sai continued. And then after everything was finished, I gave my briefing to the H.P.S.C, and they didn't treat Berserker's death with the respect it deserved. Ah, so that's what did it. Izuku thought. Some more things were said, and in the end, I decided I couldn't continue working for them anymore, Sai said, doing a very good job at restaining the lingering anger she felt just remembering this occurrence. And I quit. I see. Izuku gave her a saddened look. I'm sorry you had to go through all that. Berserker was a hero worthy of respect. I remember his contribution to ending the Inseed. It's a shame the HPSC couldn't do the same. Sai gave a sad smile, recalling the event Izuku spoke of. Yes, a shame. Another moment passed, before Sai's expression became deadly serious. When I mentioned All for One, you reacted like you knew that name. Izuku's eyes went wide again, as he realized he'd given himself away. Ah, yeah, I suppose I did, and I'm guessing the HPSC didn't tell you a lot about him. They denied he existed, Sai explained sternly. No matter how much I asked, and insisted to know to truth, that denied me at every step. It was part of the reason I quit. Izuku bit the side of his cheek, hesitating a bit. And I'm guessing you want me to tell you about him. Given all I've been through because of him, I think I deserve to know, Sai said. Izuku sighed. Well, I can't disagree. But I need you to keep what I tell you to yourself at all cost. It's heavily classified information, and the only reason I know all this is because of a powerful friend of mine who's not too great at keeping secrets. It's pretty much a state secret. Well, no, it makes a bit more sense as to why they were so adamant on keeping me in the dark, Sai said with notable disdain. I swear I will keep my lips sealed. Very well. Izuku got ready to start explaining. To put it simply, All for One is the oldest and most dangerous villains to ever have existed, dating back to when quirks first began to emerge. His quirk, All for One, allows him to steal the quirks of others and use them for himself, or even transfer them to other people. Sai's eyes widened. Wait, then that means dash. Caster must have been given quirks by All for One, Izuku told her. My guess is that she gained these quirks in exchange for favors. He could practically hear Sai's fist clenching as rage bubbled up to the surface. Currently, we think he's dead, Izuku said. All Might battled the villain and smashed his face in, but the body was never found. And given that he's had a couple hundred years to gather quirks dash, it's entirely possible that he could still be alive, Sai concluded, looking mighty upset, to say the least. Right. Izuku nodded. But no one's heard anything from him since his supposed death. So, either he is truly dead, or he's biding his time. Izuku knew that wouldn't be a satisfying answer. Heck, it was probably the least satisfying answer. But it was the truth, and she deserved the truth. So he's the one responsible for all this. He certainly sounds like a monster. Sai said, once, again trying to contain her anger, but only barely doing so. Is it truly fine to leave his fate uncertain? Shouldn't they be doing everything in their power to make sure he's truly dead? And if not, make sure he actually dies? Probably, but up until now, All Might was certain he killed him, Izuku responded. And the HPSC is content to assume he's dead. They likely won't make a move unless they see something pointing towards him being alive. And even then, Sai let out a very frustrated sigh. Typical. Well, if he is alive, then is bound to show up eventually. And when that happens, All Might will take care of him. That I can assure you. Izuku told her. From what you've told me, this man appears to not fear death via aging. If that's the case, then All Might may not be around to fight him. Sai pointed out firmly. Izuku nodded. We are well aware of that. However, there is a plan in place in the event that transpires. Right now, there is a hero being trained at UA, who is destined to surpass All Might. If All Might can't finish him off, she will. That a lofty expectation. How are you so sure of this? Sai asked, with suspicion. Well, that secret is something I can't disclose to you. My apologies. Izuku told her. Unfortunately, that secret is not only not mine to tell, but it's also much more important to keep hidden than the existence of All for One. I'm really sorry, but I'll just need you to trust me. I see, Sai responded. Thank you for telling me what you could, and for telling me what you couldn't. I admire your honesty. It confirms that working for you was the right choice. It's nothing to admire. You deserved some closure. Izuku told her. Now, then I'll give you till next month to gather all your stuff and bring it here. You can start working here with the other guard at the same time. Other guard? Sai asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Oh. Izuku's eyes went wide as he realized he forgot something important. I didn't tell you about her. I'm so sorry, it must have slipped my mind. It's fine, Sai reassured him. Just tell me what she's like. Oh well. Izuku tried to find the best way to word it. She's very unique. Chapter notes. Who you are to me. So guys, I have good news. I finally know what to do with the USJ attack. Yay. Now you might be wondering, Kaiden, it took you 91 chapters to figure out what to do with the freaking USJ attack. Yes, the issue with the USJ attack for this story is that it happens too soon in the original timeline for me to do much with. But at the same time, I knew I wanted to do something with it. And so I just kept pushing it back. And as I kept pushing it back, I kept getting questions about where we were in the timeline and if the USJ attack happened and why I haven't mentioned it. I just kind of hoped if I made no mention of the timeline, then people would just not mention it either. But that was not the case. But now, here is the answer to a few questions regarding the USJ attack. Firstly, where are we in the canon timeline? Well, we are well past the point where the original USJ attack happened. And we're about a month or two off from the sports festival. Second, why hasn't it happened yet? Well, I told you the out-of-story reason why it hasn't happened, but there is an in-story one too. All for one got distracted with something else. More on that later. Third, will it still happen? Yes and no. So the USJ attack won't happen in the way you remember it in the canon. I'm going to change a lot of stuff. But the premises of League of Villains shows up with an army of villains and a Nomu that's on par with all might will still remain the same. But it's going to be expanded. Very expanded. And as for the fourth question, I'm sure you're now asking, expanded how? Well, there are gonna be a lot more villains. And I'm not just talking about the fodder. There are gonna be more Nomu, as well as more actually powerful villains, to give the heroes 1A and the kids a run for their money. Both the added Nomu and villains will include familiar faces and some new OC. Villains based on villains from other series. There will be villains based on characters from Spider-Man, Resident Evil, Dragon Ball Z, and Super, as well as Kill La Kill and the Fate series. I wonder if you can guess who the familiar faces will be and who the new villains will be based on. Also, there will be one new kid with a stupidly powerful quirk. It's the biggest arc I've written for this story. But don't worry, I have everything already planned out, because trying the seat of pants approach in an event this big with this many characters, I'd find myself overwhelmed. Now for the last question. When will this arc happen? And I actually kind of have an answer to that question, but not an exact one. The answer is soonish. I have 2 more arcs I need to go through, 1 new character to introduce, and a few slices of life chapters. So we very well may surpass chapter 100 before we reach this arc. Anyway, let's get on to the chapter. Izuku was laying in his bed, getting ready to go to sleep after a long day, when suddenly he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Now, Izuku didn't know who could be knocking on his door this late at night. It could have been one of the girls looking for more cuddles, like Kei, Eri, or Kyoku. It could have been Yemi or Fu asking for more food. It could have been his mother wanting to talk to him. Or in a worst-case scenario, it could have been Momo, Ida, or Ochiko telling him that something terrible has happened. It's me. Who Izuku did expect, probably the last person he would have expected, was Fuku. His eyes widened, and he was stunned into silence for a moment before he quickly responded. Oh, see, come in. There was a moment of silence. Presumably, Fuku was hesitating before she ultimately opened the door. Hi. Izuku. Fuku stuttered, before looking at the ground with a pained expression. This whole thing was concerning to Izuku. Firstly, Fuku approaching him was odd. Not bad, but definitely odd. And now this. She was definitely trying to call him dad. Which should have pleased him, and it would have, if not for how forced it was. It was clear she had tried, and failed, to force herself to call him dad, and was clearly displeased at her inability to do so. But why was she forcing herself to call him dad in the first place? Hey Fuku, is everything all right? Do you need anything? Izuku asked, not wanting to sound overly concerned. Sometimes that would make Fuku think she did something wrong. I'm okay. Fuku said a bit too quickly. It's just I was wondering, if it's not asking too much, if you could possibly spend the day with me tomorrow. Almost immediately, Fuku closed her eyes and held her head down, putting her hands over her head and seemingly waiting to be struck or yelled at. Of course, I may be a busy person, but it's my job first and foremost to take care of you and the others. Izuku reminded her, and to make sure none of you want for anything. So if you want to spend more time with me, then I'll be happy to do so. Thank you so much. Fuku said, I am really looking forward to tomorrow. I have a lot of things I want to do with you. I'll be looking forward to it too, Fuku, Izuku told her, giving her a kind smile. We should both get some rest. Sounds like we have a big day tomorrow. Oh, yes. Oh, could you imagine if I asked to spend time with you, and then I couldn't do anything right because I was too tired? Fuku gulped. That would be so disrespectful. It'd be fine. It happens to all of us. Izuku reassured her. But let's try and keep that from happening. Alright, right. I'll be going back to my room now. Fuku said as she shuffled back towards the door. So sorry for disturbing you. Good night. Good night, Izuku told her as she left. Once Fuku was gone, Izuku laid back down. I'll have to figure out exactly what's going on with her tomorrow. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Izuku woke up to the smell of eggs and bacon. He opened his eyes and saw a veritable feast in front of him, laying a large wooden tray in front of him. There were eggs, bacon, pancakes, and orange juice. Something you'd see as typical American breakfast. And it smelled amazing. Good morning. Izuku looked up from his breakfast and saw Fuku sitting at a small table next to him, with a stack of pancakes and strawberries on her plate. She looked up at him anxiously, with the tiniest tinge of hope in her eyes. I wanted to make you some breakfast, as a thanks for everything you've done for me. And I really wanted to eat with you too. A huge smile grew on Izuku's face, and he moved out his arm to pat Fuku on the head. Thank you. It looks amazing. But you don't have to thank me really. I really do. Fuku insisted, looking down at her food with a frown. I had to leave my room early and ask Soto to teach me how to make this, because I heard you were a big fan of American stuff, so I wanted to make an American-style breakfast. I wouldn't have been able to do that without you. I probably wouldn't have been able to do a lot of things without you. Without you, I'd probably be all on my own, in a room, forever. Point is I have a lot to thank you for. So, please enjoy the meal. Izuku stopped himself from sighing or frowning. It was hard seeing Fuku be depressed. But she was still so much better than how she was when she got here. He had to remind himself that this was progress, even if acknowledging that fact made him even more depressed. Shaking his head to rid himself of those thoughts, Izuku decided to finally indulge in the meal. He cut into one of the pancakes, before using his fork to rub the pancake around the plate, making sure there was plenty of syrup on it, before putting it in his mouth. Oh, this is really good for someone who just learned how to cook it. Izuku thought to himself. It wasn't mind-blowing by any means, going just above average into the pretty good tier of foods, competently made. And while that didn't sound like much, it was still very impressive considering her complete lack of experience. People didn't tend to do well when having to do something they'd never even tried before, so for Fuku to do this well was pretty amazing. After swallowing it, he gave Fuku a smile and a thumbs up. It was probably the best way he could handle it. Too much praise and Fuku would think he was lying, and too little and Fuku would think she didn't do well enough. It was a tricky balance to reach using words, so perhaps a gesture would be better suited. And judging by Fuku's sigh of relief, before she dug into her own food, the two of them enjoyed their meal together for a bit, but Izuku felt the need to fill the silence. So, have you given any thought to what you want to do in the future? Izuku asked her. Both. To make conversation and because he was genuinely curious. Any plans? An ideal career? Anything? Fuku paused for a moment, before swallowing her food and giving Izuku a nervous look. I want to do something creative. Everyone tells me that I'm really good at drawing and writing. And I know how to sew and cook too. So I think I could probably be a good author, or artist, or dressmaker, or a cake decorator. If that's okay. Of course, it is, Izuku told her. No matter what job you choose, I will always support you, and try to help you achieve your dreams. Although, I didn't know that you wrote. The moment Izuku said that, Fuku's whole body went stiff, and her pupils shrunk as she made the deer in headlights expression, telling Izuku that she probably said that part by accident, and didn't even realize it. I mean, I do but. Fuku looked down at her plate, her face bright red, and beads of sweat dripping down her face. You don't want to show it to me, Izuku said, figuring that out rather quickly. Please don't be mad. Fuku begged, almost immediately. I'll show it to you if you really want, but Fu's the only person that thinks it's good as Mu, and that might be because he's the only person who's read it besides me, but I think it's really terrible and kind of cringe and dash. Fuku's it's alright. Izuku had a feeling he would be saying that a lot today. I told you before, I'll try not to force you to do anything you're uncomfortable with. If you don't want to show me your writing, then you don't have to. But you're supposed to be my DD dad, Fuku said, managing to force herself to call him dad, although that didn't seem to make her any happier. In fact, her calling him Dad seemed to make her mood even worse as she looked down on at her plate with an intensely guilty expression. I should be able to share anything with you. Izuku sighed and gave her a sad look. Unfortunately, we haven't had much time to bond. One of the downsides of my job is that I can't spend time with all you kids at once. And some will call for more of my attention, meaning that it can leave my bond with certain children a bit lacking. I've been content to let Eri and Kay help you out with your difficulties, and I do think that was the right decision, but as a result, you are one of the children I've spent the least amount of time with, unfortunately. But hopefully, we can fix that today. Fuku paused for a moment, before giving her pancakes a determined pout. Why yeah, we'll fix that. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. After finishing up their breakfast, the two moved on to the first activity Fuku had planned for today, a game of catch. Izuku and her were currently in the backyard, with Izuku holding the ball, looking mighty confused. Are you sure you want to do this? Izuku asked her. I never figured you were one for catch. Why yeah, well, I just want to try new things, Fuku told him. Her constantly shifting eyes and nervous expression, even more nervous than normal that is, gave her away. Lying was not her strong suit. But Izuku decided not to call her out just yet. He had to be careful when dealing with Fuku. He couldn't be too aggressive. All right, but if you don't feel like you're having fun, we can stop anytime you like, Izuku told her, before raising up his arm. Are you ready? Fuku got a good distance away from Izuku before looking around, getting nervous, and walking a bit closer, and then repeating this process a few more times until she found a spot close enough to Izuku, but also far enough that he could reasonably throw it at her. Oh, equals okay. Do it. All right, here goes. Izuku threw the ball at her softly, not too hard but just hard enough to reach her. However, instead of catching it, Fuku's eyes dilated in fear before she ducked down and, putting her hands in front of her face. Please no. The ball flew over Fuku's head, landing a few feet behind her. Huh. Fuku seemed to snap out of whatever had taken over at the moment and realized what she'd done. Oh no, I messed up. Fuku, are you sure you want to do this? Izuku asked again. You looked like you were scared for your life there. I'm sorry. Sometimes that man, would throw stuff at me when he got really angry, so I just kind of did this on instinct. Izuku couldn't hide his disgust after hearing that, as he once again wondered how any parent could do that to their child. However, Fuku, being Fuku, took Izuku's disgusted expression the wrong way, and almost started crying. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad, I won't do it again, I swear. The moment Izuku heard that, he cursed himself for not reining himself in and letting himself forget his present company. Wait, Fuku, I wasn't mad at you. I was just upset at your old father for doing that to you. I'm sorry. No, really, it was my fault. I should have prepared myself better since I knew that I got used to doing that when things were thrown at me. Fuku argued. You shouldn't have to apologize for something like that. If anything, it's my fault for not having noticed that after all this time. Izuku countered. But you're so busy all the time. How could anyone blame you for that? I was the one who said we should play catch and completely forgot about the fact that I'm like this. Fuku rebuked. This continued for quite some time, but after eventually deciding to just drop the subject, Izuku said they should probably abandon catch for now. And so they moved on to the next part of Fuku's activity list. Bike riding. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Ugh. Well, bike riding was what Fuku put on her list. However, Fuku forgot one important detail. She didn't know how to ride a bike. This is what led to Fuku falling on the ground as her bike tilted to the side. Again, Izuku hadn't moved at all, staying stationary on his bike, watching as Fuku tried to ride her bike to no avail. Are you sure you don't want training wheels? And no thanks. I can do it, Fuku said, picking herself up again. She knew that her age, using training wheels would be pretty embarrassing. Just give me a second. Fuku got back up and got back on her bike before making another attempt to ride it, and once again falling over. Izuku cringed at seeing her wince in pain. Can you at least let me teach you then? I really can't stand the sight of you getting hurt this much. Oh, okay. Fuku groaned. The lessons were slow going. Izuku would hold the handles as he taught Fuku to pedal. This phase of the lessons would go well, but whenever he would try to let go so she could pedal on her own, she wouldn't make it very far before she fell again, mostly due to a lack of confidence. After falling down yet again, Fuku sighed in frustration. Darn it, why is this so hard? Don't worry about that. You made it a lot farther this time. Izuku reassured her, offering her a hand to help her back up. As Fuku got up, she looked up and noticed the sun was now a different position from when they first started, and her eyes grew wide. Wait, how long have we been doing this? Izuku looked at his watch. About 2 hours. 2 hours. Fuku shouted in a panic. Oh my god, I can't believe we've been doing this. For 2 hours. Are we gonna have time for everything else? Should I move on or? Fuku considered her options. Should she continue trying to learn how to ride a bike, making very slow and painful progress, or move on? In the end, it wasn't as difficult a decision as she thought. Actually, could we move on to the next thing please? Fuku asked Izuku nervously. If that's what you want. Izuku agreed. What's next? XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The next activity took Izuku and Fuku into the forest. Seeing as wild animals and potential intruders were lurking there, Izuku instructed a hound to remain nearby, as well as a few bearing elves, although they were to stay out of sight, as to not stress out Fuku with their terrifying appearance. And what were the two of them doing in the forest? Fishing. Yes, the two of them were sitting by a lake with some fishing rods, waiting for some fish to show up. Suddenly, Fuku felt a pull on her line. I got a bite. Oh, reel it in. Izuku encouraged her. Fuku stood up and started reeling in the line. However, the fish seemed to be pretty heavy, and she had to try and pull it out. But that didn't seem to do much as Fuku struggled to try and pull it up. Izuku helped her out, grabbing her arms and helping her out. Come on, we can do it. Error. Ugh. Fuku and Izuku finally pulled the fish out, hurling it into the air as it flopped around, startled by being taken out of the water. Izuku caught the fish as it came back down, and held it as it flopped around in his arms. Wow, this is a pretty big one. Great job, Fuku. Fuku was absolutely beaming as Izuku put the fish in the bucket with all the other ones they'd caught. So far, the fishing had been doing swimmingly. Much better than the other two activities. They did have to look up some YouTube videos to figure out how to fish, and after a couple failures, they started to get it down. And even the waiting process was very enjoyable. It was peaceful, and the feeling of reeling a fish, which she would later then cook, was amazing. She could actually see this becoming a hobby of hers. Maybe she'd listen to some podcasts next time. Although she didn't mind the peaceful silence there was now. Seeing the peaceful smile on Fuku's face made Izuku's heart feel full. It was such a rare thing to see her so at ease. Well, he himself didn't really see her like this much, considering most of the time she only went out wearing her hoodie. However, Izuku had something else on his mind as well. Fuku had been acting weird this entire time, and now that she was at ease, Izuku felt it was finally time to confront her. Fuku. Izuku broke the silence. Fuku looked at him curiously. Are you going to tell me what this all about? Izuku asked her. Fuku tilted her head and gave him a confused look. What? You suddenly asking to spend time with me, while in no way unwelcome, is odd. Not bad. Just odd. Izuku explained to her. And then there's all the times you kept forcing yourself to try and call me dad. Then today you had us do a bunch of stereotypical activities you'd see someone do with their father on TV or in a movie, none of which you're familiar with. Something is obviously up with you, and as your caretaker or as your father if you prefer, I need to know what it is, and if I should be concerned. Please, be honest with me. Fuku's face fell, a saddened expression overtaking her, as she once again looked away from him and down at the lake, staring at their reflections. After a few moments of silence, she finally worked up the nerve to answer. I want Eri and Kay to be my sisters. I mean, they might already think of me as their sister. I think they've called me that a few times, but I want it to be official. But for that, I need you to be my dad. But I just can't think of you as my father. Fuku. Izuku looked at her with a saddened expression. Not because of the whole can't think of you as my father thing, that stung a little, but he was more so upset because this was clearly eating her up inside. And I don't know why. Fuku shouted, tears of frustration welling up in her eyes. I like you. You are a really good person who's done so much for me and the people I care about. You've given me everything I ever wanted, and things I didn't even know I wanted. And you even worked yourself to the point of getting sick, just for us. But whenever I try to think of you as my father, I feel sick. I feel like I want to throw up and I don't know why. What's wrong with me? Fuku was really crying now, although softly, her tears falling into the lake as did so. I'm sorry. I thought that maybe if we spent more time together, then I'd be able to think of you as my father, no problem, but I still feel gross when I try to think of you that way. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't know why I feel like this. There was a few moments of silence between them. The only sound in the whole area was the noise Fuku's tears made as they hit the water. But eventually, Izuku responded. What is the definition of father to you? Huh? Fuku was confused by the question, or rather why he asked that out of the blue. I asked, what is the definition of a father to you? Izuku repeated. If you were to guess, what would be the dictionary definition of the word father? A man who takes care of his children and helps them grow. Fuku guessed, unsure, where Izuku was going with this. All right, but when you think of the word father or dad, what do you think of? Izuku asked. What comes to your mind first? Please be honest. Fuku paused for a moment before deciding to trust Izuku and start thinking about the word father. Almost instantly she was struck by a memory of her own father, yelling at her. Another memory of him hitting her. Another memory of him tying her to a chair. Fuku winced, almost as if she'd been stuck, giving Izuku his answer. You keep thinking of him, don't you? Izuku said. Yes, Fuku admitted. And therein lies the problem, Izuku told her somberly. That man has ruined the term father. For you. When you think of a father, you don't think of a man who cares for and supports you. You think of a terrible person who mistreats and abuses you. But I know that's not what a father's supposed to be like. Fuku argued, a horrified and desperate look in her eyes. You know that up here. Izuku pointed to her head, before moving his finger down towards her heart. But not down here. The heart and mind can often disagree. Even if you know something is true, it may take a while before you ever accept it. Sometimes people simply don't and let themselves go on believing lies because they can't bring themselves to accept the truth, even if they want to. But Fuku's tears started picking up speed. Her hands tightened around her fishing rod, and she clamped her eyes shut. Suddenly, Fuku got another bite. Agha! Fuku shouted out in rage and frustration, startling Izuku, who was not expecting such an outburst. Fuku started reeling in the line furiously, doing so hard Izuku was concerned she might break it. Damn him. Damn that horrible, horrible man. Even when he's not here, he's still running my life. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. The furious girl leaned back and pulled the fish out of the water, once again causing it to go flying into the air. Izuku grabbed it before it could hit the ground and looked back at Fuku, who was now panting with exhaustion after her outburst. If I can't think of you as a father, that means me, Eri, and Kei can't be real sisters. Fuku cried. That's not true, Izuku told her softly, but firmly, causing her to give him another confused look. Yes, normally two people would have to share a parent of some kind to considered siblings, but that doesn't have to be the case. Fuku continued to be baffled by what Izuku was saying. Many people will call each other sisters or brothers, regardless of their parent situation. Izuku explained. To some people being a blood sibling or a step sibling is all there is. But for others, it's simply the next evolution of friends. People so close to you, they might as well be family. And really, what's to stop you from calling them, you sisters? They won't. I certainly won't. At that point, you only need to ask yourself, do you want to call them your sisters? Yes, of course I do, Fuku said, a hopeful glint in her eyes. Well, then it's settled. Izuku put his hand on her head and gave her a reassuring smile. You three are sisters, and you can be sisters with Kiba, Kyoku, any other part of our family. Even if you can't think of me as a dad. But that's just weird. Fuku pointed out. This is a foundation for overly powerful children, run by a quirkless 16-year-old. Who's first? Employee was hired after breaking and entering on our property and destroying our security system. Izuku chuckled. A lot of things are weird here. I guess, are you sure it's fine if I can't think of you as a father? Fuku asked. To be honest, given what you think of when you think of a father, the fact that you can't think of me as one is a compliment, Izuku told her. There's no need to worry about me forcing things on you. Especially not something like that. The only things I'll ever really insist on is that you take care of yourself and don't hurt others. That's really all you want from me? Fuku asked. That's all, Izuku confirmed. I see. Fuku said, trying to take that in. Because it really was hard for her to understand. Not having expectations placed on her. She just wasn't used to it. But it was overwhelmingly relieving. The two of them sat in silence once again, enjoying the feeling of the sun beaming warmly down on the two of them. And thus, Fuku gained peace of mind and a new hobby. So all in all, a pretty day for her. Cupid Candy Chaos Part 1. Yami looked at the picture on Mina's phone, that being a xenomorph from an alien. Have to make some changes. Not enough bones, but could make it. Mina's smile widened. She had come to Yami's room to see if he could make this movie. Monstrosity, and it seemed like there in fact hope. Knock knock. Come in, Yami said. The door opened, and Shiruku came in, bringing Amai behind her. Yami, I brought you, friend, here, Shiruku told him politely. Hey Yami. Amai greeted him cheerfully. I came for our trip to lighting up the city. Ever since Yami and Amai had gone to the city that one time to give people joy candies, they had decided they would do this every now and then. Today the two had decided to just that, with Izuku's approval, although they would have to decide on who would supervise them. You have candies? Yami asked. Amai nodded and opened her basket, showing off all the mood candies that were inside. However, something was off about them. Yami took one of the candies and noticed that it was pink rather than yellow. Different color. Amai's eyes widened as she realized what had happened and saw Yami about to eat one. Wait, Yami, don't. But it was too late. He had already popped one in his mouth. The moment he did, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him, a pleasant feeling that washed over all his other emotions. He looked up at Amai, and then suddenly, he couldn't stop. Now he liked Amai. She was his first friend, not a sibling or whatever Ken and Nora were to him, and she was very pleasant to be around. But for whatever reason, he liked her significantly more now. Just seeing her gave him a happy feeling, and he was really glad she was here. Also, she was just very nice to look at. She was just very pretty, and her bright blonde hair just radiated joy. And that adorable red blush was also adding to his desire to keep looking at her. However, looking past that, he could see that she seemed to be distressed. That bothered him. It really, really bothered him. Upset. What's wrong? Yami said, getting really close to her and looking her in the eyes. Those were love candies. Amai stuttered, as her face turned as red as a tomato. I must have accidentally made those instead of happy candies. Love candies. Mina and Shiruku's interest was piqued. Like candies that make you fall in love. Mina grinned, getting several ideas already. Shiruku was in the exact same boat. Is that why Yami can't look away from you right now? Did he fall in love with you? Yami tied his head. Love. Was he in love with Amai right now? This feeling was certainly similar to how he felt about Izuku, but different. It was love, but a different kind of love. Still, he didn't have the urge to kiss her or anything like he saw in fiction. He was just very fond of her right now, and thought she was very pretty. No, nothing like that. Amai shook her head flusteredly. The love candy boosts the affection you feel towards the first person you see. But it doesn't have to be romantic. It can be the love you feel for a parent, or a sibling, or a friend. Yami probably just thinks I'm a very good friend right now. Yami hummed. That seemed accurate. That doesn't explain why he's looking at you like that, Shiruku said with a smug look. I just think she's very pretty, Yami answered honestly. Amai made a high-pitched whining noise, as her face somehow got even redder. I know exactly what to do with these, Mina said, staring at the basket with a mischievous gleam in her eye. I think we have the same idea, Shiruku said with a creepy grin. Amai looked at them nervously. Whatever you planning, please don't. The power of love can do terrible things in the wrong hands. Oh, come on, we're not gonna do anything that bad. Just some pranks, Mina said. Lighten. Up a bit. No one's gonna get hurt. Yeah, we'd never hurt anyone here, you know that. We're just gonna have some fun. Shiruku said, and see some ships sail. I still looked unsure. Please, I'll make you a dress. Free of charge. Shiruku pleaded. And I'll give you. Mina fished around in her pocket before taking out some cash. 1,000 yen. Amai hesitated for a second, but eventually took the money. Deal. Shiruku swiped the basket, and she and Mina looked at the candies with glee. By the way, how long does the effect last? Mina asked. Well, how long the effect of my candies last depends on how I was feeling at the time I made them, and how hard it is to shake off that emotion, Amai explained. Love is super powerful, so it takes a while for it to wear off. It'll probably last for a few hours. Neat. This is gonna be super fun. Mina said. Come on, girl. Let's go play Cupid. I can't wait. Shiruku responded as the two left the room to start their spree of terror. XXXXXXXXX. You know, I kind of wish Ryukyu was in this game, Ochiko said. Ochiko and Izuku of them were currently in Izuku's room, sitting on his bed playing Super Hero Bash together. Izuku was once again playing All Might, and since Ryukyu was in fact not in the game, nor her actual favorite hero 13, Ochiko was playing Mako. I mean, I understand why 13 isn't in here, she's a rescue hero, but Ryukyu is a combat hero, Ochiko argued. Yeah, it would be really cool to play as her, but how would she even work? Izuku asked. While playing the game. I mean, she's a massive dragon. I can't imagine how you would design a playable character like that. I mean, couldn't they shrink her down? Ochiko countered. Izuku shook his head. I think a lot of Ryukyu's power and intimidation factor comes from her size. It would be like trying to shrink down Mount Lady. I just don't think it would be a good idea. Ochiko sighed. I mean, I guess. I just wish there were more female heroes in the game. I agree. Izuku nodded. Knock knock. Come in, Izuku said. Mina came into the room, with a grin that was a bit too wide. Hey, guys. Hanging out? Mina asked. Glad to see you're getting some R&R. Yeah, it's been a while since I got to lay back and play video games. Izuku smiled back at. Huh. Thank you for all the help, by the way. No problem. Mina waved it off. Hey Ocha, I just showed up and brought some joy candies. You want one? Mina offered Ochiko a love candy, which she had covered in edible paint, courtesy of tricking Momo, to make it look like a joy candy. Oh, thanks, Mina, Ochiko said, taking the candy. Welp, guess I better go. CYA. Mina quickly got out of the room, her grin widening as she exited. Heh, that was weird. Ochiko shrugged as she popped the candy into her mouth, before turning to Izuku. So what were we dash? Ochiko froze. Izuku was smiling. This was no surprise to her. Izuku had been smiling for a while now since they'd started playing, and she was very relieved to see him genuinely smile once again. But for whatever reason, right now it was making her heart skip a beat. She just couldn't look away from his face right now. His dark green, messy hair, his deep green eyes, all complemented his smile perfectly. It was so bright, it was like staring at an emerald sun. Then Izuku turned his head and looked at her, and their eyes met. And so they stared at each other for a bit, until Izuku started to blush intensely, causing Ochiko to blush as well as she realized she was being really weird for whatever reason. So what were we talking about? Izuku quickly turned his head away, his face now super bright red. For some reason Ochiko couldn't pull herself together. She barely managed to tear her eyes away from Izuku, and she couldn't even remember what they were talking about. Seconds ago. I don't remember. Oh, well, it probably wasn't very important. Izuku responded. So how are you? Parents? Ochiko paused. For a moment she managed to get past the love candy's effect and think about her parents and Izuku. A gentle smile came to her face as she recalled her last few visits to her parents' new house. They've been great. Better than ever. Thanks to you. Oh well, I only did what any good friend would do. Izuku's blush deepened. Ochiko actually laughed at that, even though her heart was beating much faster for some reason. Friends spend stupid amounts of money to get their friends' parents work, even though they are almost on the other side of the country. I don't think so. What you did was beyond helpful. Finally, they don't have to wake up in the morning and figure out which meal they have to sacrifice to save money, or spend all day having to make calls to try and find work, or any of the other 1,000 stupid things we had to suffer through because we didn't have money. Now they can just be happy. You have no idea how much that means to me. Honestly, I'm so happy I could kiss you. She froze. The moment she realized what came out of her mouth, she froze, and her face got so red, she was worried she might pass out with all the blood going to her cheeks. And Izuku was in the same boat. Ah! Ochako screamed internally. Why did I say that? I mean I wouldn't mind kissing him, but wait. What am I thinking? We're just friends. Just very, very, very close friends. The closest friends. Friends for life. Oh God, why does that feel wrong? What is happening? Wait a minute. I only started feeling weird after Mina gave me that mood candy. She must have something to do with this. I knew that her smile was a bit too wide. Oh, when I get my hands on her, I'm going to. Knock knock. Suddenly there was someone else knocking on the door, interrupting Ochako's inner monologue. Unfortunately, had crashed so he wouldn't be responding for a little bit. See, come in. Ochako responded, hoping that this could break up the weird tension in the room. Todoroki came into the room, looking stoic as normal. He took one look at Izuku, who was still frozen and completely out of it. Uraraka, is Midoriya all right? Why, yeah, he's fine, Ochako said. Right, Izuku? Izuku didn't respond. Ochako reached down and grabbed Izuku's hand, shaking him a bit. Hey, Izuku. Izuku jolted into alertness the moment their hands met. Hey, what? Huh. Midoriya. Todoroki said, to get his attention. Hey, Todoroki. Izuku finally became aware of his surroundings again, although the blood rushing to his face was not helping him reorganize his thoughts. What did you need? Sorry, I was a bit out of it. I could see that. Todoroki noticed. Anyway, I have the sudden urge to see my sister. I don't know why, but I want to. I wanted to ask permission to go home and see her for a day. Oh, that's fine. Izuku approved. Go ahead. Todoroki nodded and took his leave, closing the door behind him and leaving the two alone. Together again. There was an awkward silence that permeated the room for a few minutes as the two sat in silence with completely red faces. Eventually, Izuku broke the silence. So why your hand is still on mine? Ochako's eyes widened, and she realized that her hand was in fact still touching Izuku's, and she quickly pulled it away. Sorry. It's fine, Izuku responded, looking away from her. I have to go do something real quick. Ochako said, practically jumping from the bed to the door, so fast you'd swear she was using full cowling. CYA. Ochako left the room in a hurry, ready to go murder her pink classmate. XXXXXXXXXX. I don't understand how you don't understand this. Noro admonished her brother. It's a simple equation. You're calling this simple. Ken held up the book they were working in. This is a monster equation. Look how stupidly long it is. Are we ever going to actually use this in life? The two siblings were currently in the library, with Nora tutoring her less academically gifted brother, with great difficulty. You might have to use to determine something important later as a hero. You never know. Nora said, frustration sinking into her voice. Also, you have to know this stuff to get into a hero school in the first place. That's so lame. Ken groaned as he leaned back in his chair. Why do things have to be so complicated? It's really not. Nora scoffed, rolling her eyes at her brother's overdramatic behavior. Ken glared at his sister. Easy for you to say, Miss Know-It-All. Nora was about to give a scathing rebuttal when Shiruku scuttled. Hi, Shiruku said, before dropping the candy in front of Ken, and then leaving. Both siblings watched her go and then kept their eyes on the door she just left from, confused as to what just happened. Okay, that was weird, Ken said, not hesitating too much in popping the candy into his mouth. Yeah, weird. Nora squinted at the candy with a look of suspicion. Ken, are you sure you should be eating that? Ken shrugged. Candy is candy. If she gave it to me, I'm gonna eat it. Nora sighed. Fine. Let's just get back to work. Ken groaned, and looked back at his sister, however something seemed off. He couldn't muster the same feeling of annoyance that he did usually, and instead, he was focused on How determined she looked. Sure. Whatever. Despite Nora's best efforts, Ken couldn't really focus too much on the work itself. Rather, ironically, he was more focused on how hard she was trying to tutor him. How much effort she put into trying to make him understand the things on the page. It made him feel like a dick for being so dismissive and rude earlier. This distraction did not go unnoticed by his sister, however. "All right, what's going on?" Nora said, putting down the book and giving her brother a frustrated look. "You've been giving me weird looks for the past half hour." "I don't know," Ken said, blushing as he turned his head away from his sister. "It's just, you're working really hard to try and teach me this here." Nora raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, obviously. Not like it's easy to get all this through your thick skull." Ken sighed. "I guess, sorry for all the unnecessary comments, I guess. It's just, this is really frustrating and really, really boring, and I'm just venting out you even if you don't deserve it." Nora gave him a dumbfounded look, just staring at him in shock and confusion for a bit, before expression shifted to that of concern. "Hey, are you okay?" "Aside from feeling like a jerk, yes," Ken said sarcastically, before lightly hitting the side of his head. "Here I go again. It's like the only way I know how to handle frustration and anger is with rude and sarcastic comments." Ken sighed, putting his head down on the table. "I don't get it. Why do you go so far for me?" "I wouldn't say this is going so far," Nora said, started to get really concerned about her brother's suddenly odd behavior. "I'm not just talking about this," Ken told her, picking his head up and looking her in the eyes. "I'm talking about everything. All the times you stood up for me in front of Mom and Dad, and at school, and you even came with me when DOC took me away. And in return, I treat you like garbage. Ken paused again, his frustration and anger fading into a sad, somber expression as he looked down at his Omnitrix. "I almost suffocated you in your sleep. Ghost Freak almost suffocated me in my sleep." Nora corrected him firmly. "Stop that," Ken told her weakly. "Even now you still defending me. Pretending that Ghost Freak is some separate person that takes over my body. He's not. It's me. It was all me. All being Ghost Freak does is make me angrier. It was still me choking you. Because at the time, I wanted to do it. Even after all you did for me, all because I was jealous." "Jealous?" Nora questioned. She'd never heard about this before. "You were jealous?" Ken paused again, before answering. "Yeah, I was jealous. How could I not be? You were always so much better than me. Or at least everyone always seemed to think that. You were smarter than me and more popular than me, and whenever something went wrong, it was never your fault. Always mine. They'd always accuse me. And I know it's not your fault. I know that. But I just kept feeling this anger bubble up for you, that didn't deserve. And I always knew you didn't deserve it, and that just made me even angrier." He paused again, and Nora just sat there and processed all this new information, with a thoughtful, yet concerned expression. "But you were all I had," Ken continued. "And you knew that. That's why no matter how many times I told you to go away, you stuck around. And, thank you for that. I can just never say this for some reason, but thank you. I don't know why that's so hard, but it is. And it makes me wonder why you put up with me, and when you're going to have enough one day." "Don't talk like that, idiot," Nora scolded him. "I told you, didn't I? I'm not leaving you alone." "That's an easy thing to say, but we all know how unbearable I get," Ken told her. "I don't even really have a right to complain as much as I do. Have heard about what happened to the other people living here. What happened to Eri? I just, Is that why you've been avoiding her?" Nora had been meaning to ask him about that for quite some time now, and it seemed like she was finally gonna get her answers. "I just can't stand to be in the same room as her." Ken sighed, looking a bit guilty. "She went through all that, and she doesn't complain, or get angry, or anything. And I get upset whenever Izuku makes me eat vegetables. It just doesn't feel right." Nora winced a bit, knowing the feeling, or at least part of it. When she'd heard about Eri's background, she felt a lot of things. Horror, disgust, anger, pity. But she also felt small. Nothing she ever went through would compare to what Eri experienced. And so how could she complain, or want for something, when in the same room as a person who literally died multiple times, via having her body ripped apart on a molecular level. It almost felt uncomfortable to be in the same room as her, because all she wanted to do was apologize to the poor girl for everything she'd been through, even if she seemed mostly fine. Right now, honestly, Eri could stab her with that horn, and she'd still feel sorry for her. And she didn't really know to handle these feelings. But she did know that Eri herself wouldn't want to be treated any differently, so she tried to keep everything the same with her, emphasis on try. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Right now Nora had to worry about whatever was going on with Ken. Clearly, something had been done to him. No doubt thanks to that strange candy Shiruku had left. And Nora was definitely going to have a long discussion about not drugging her brother without her permission. But that candy didn't put these thoughts in her brother's head. It just brought them to the forefront and finally made him admit all this to her. And now that she knew about it, being the good sister that she was, she had to fix it. Listen, just because someone else has been through something worse than you, that doesn't mean everything you've been through doesn't matter, Nora told him. The two of us, you especially, have been through the ringer, and we've suffered our fair share. It's fine to be angry or upset about what happened to you. Maybe you could be a bit less of a jerk about it. But overall, some people have responded to what we've been through way worse than you have. At least you're not trying to use a sucky childhood as an excuse to hurt people. You're saying I haven't hurt you? Ken asked skeptically. Not in any way that's mattered to me. Nora shook her head. Do remember back a couple years ago, when that boy tried asking me out, and then got way too pushy after I rejected him? Ken's face contorted in disgust. Oh yeah, that creep. Ooh. Do remember back a couple years ago, when that boy tried asking me out, and then got way too pushy after I rejected him? Ken's face contorted in disgust. Oh yeah, that creep. Ooh. And do you remember what you did when you saw him trying to hold my hand? Nora asked with a slight smirk. I transformed into 4 arms and threw him to the other side of the playground. Ken chuckled for a second before grimacing as he recalled what happened next. Then I almost got expelled, and Mom and Dad beat the crap out of me. Right. It was stupid. It was beyond unnecessary. Nora smiled at him. And it genuinely sweet. You're not a bad person, Ken. Far from it. You just have some issues. And if you have that much of a problem with yourself, instead of mopping, you can actually improve yourself. Easier said than done. Ken sighed. Yeah, but you're not alone. And I don't just mean me. Nora pointed out. Izuku genuinely cares about us and will do everything in his power to help. So if you want to do something about yourself, asking him and me for help is a good way to start. Ken didn't respond for a bit, taking a moment to think over what Nora had told him before, smiling at her. Thanks, sis. Seriously, what is up with me, right? I think it had something to do with that suspicious candy Shiruku put in front of you with no explanation, and that you ate without absolutely hand hesitation, Nora told him. I swear if she drugged me with candy I'm gonna kick her spider butt, Ken said, getting up and running out of the library to look for the 6-legged girl. Nora sighed and laid her head down. He's such a handful. Still, I should probably tell Izuku about this. He should know stuff like this when gets us a therapist. Whenever that's happening. Feeling tried, Nora decided it was best to go to bed, which was probably for the best. If Shiruku was going to start messing around with more of those candies, she had a feeling things were gonna get chaotic, real quick. Chapter notes. Cupid Candy Chaos Part 2. See the end of the chapter 4. Oh Fuku. Notes. Eep. Fuku jumped after suddenly hearing Mina's voice on the other side of the door, quickly closing her laptop and cutting her writing session short. Mina. That's right. Mind letting me in? I have a present for you, Mina said in a sing-song voice. A present? Fuku thought about what Mina could possibly want to give her. Is it acid to the face? Oh come on Fuku, you should know me by now. I'd never hurt a hair on your head. Mina told her. Does that mean you'd hurt everything but my hair? Fuku asked, holding on to her messy hair. You know what I mean. I'm not gonna hurt you. Trust me. Ari and Kay have said good things about me, right? That has to mean something. Mina pointed out. Well, they do say good things about you. Fuku reasoned. I guess I could let you in. And so hesitantly, Fuku opened up the door and allowed Fuku into her room. Hey, Fuku. I don't have much time because I'm trying to give these out to a bunch of people. But I have some special candy for you. Mina told her, putting a piece of candy in her hand. Oh, that sounds good. Fuku was about to eat it when Mina stopped her. Wait, don't eat it now. Eat it in front of the mirror. Mina told her, as she ushered the child over the mirror. Fuku stood in front of the mirror and gave Mina a confused look. Why? Just trust me. And make sure you're looking directly at yourself when you eat it. Mina told her, as she stood off far to the side. Go ahead. It'll be great. Fuku gave Mina a suspicious look and considered not doing it, before also considering that might anger Mina. And in fear of that, she just decided to do what she told her. She looked directly into the mirror and put the candy in her mouth. After chewing it for half a minute and swallowing, she kept wondering why Mina was so insistent. I don't see anything different. It's just my adorable self. Wait, what? Fuku's eyes widened. Where did that thought come from? Since when did I think I was cute? I'm not cute. I'm not supposed to be cute, but... She took a closer look at herself in the mirror and noticed that despite not changing in appearance one bit, she looked different somehow. Her messy purple hair, her eyes, her face, her small stature, all of it now seemed cute to her. She looked cute. Fuku smiled in the mirror as she admired herself, feeling a wonderful sensation push its way into her heart and her head, and pushed out many of her negative thoughts. Mina also smiled as she watched Fuku run her hand through her hair, knowing her plan had worked. I wonder if I would look cuter if I styled my hair, Fuku muttered to herself absent-mindedly. Mina wanted so badly to just dress Fuku up, do her hair, cover her in accessories, make the girl feel as pretty as she actually was for as long as the candy's effect lasted. Let her love herself the way she should. But she had other things to do. However, she knew someone who could take her place. Hey, why don't you go see Toru? She has a lot of cute stuff that I know she'd love to dress you up in, and I know you'd look just the cutest. Mina told her. Are you sure she'd be okay with that? Fuku asked. Why wouldn't she? I'm sure she'll love you when she gets to know you. Mina told her. Why wouldn't she? You're cute, talented, and a really good girl. Fuku blushed from all the praise being heaped on her but couldn't help the huge grin from growing on her face. Normally when people said stuff like this, she doubted them, though. They were lying, denied it. But right now, she didn't feel like she was wrong. She was, at least in her eyes, cute. She had talents. She believed she was a good person. The Fuku in the mirror was not the one she knew. This was better Fuku. SHE was better Fuku. And she wanted to see just how much better she could get. Oh, okay. I'll go see her, Fuku said, running to go get her hoodie. She quickly put it on and left her room to look for the invisible girl. Mina smiled and patted herself on the back. Good job, Mina. Good job. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. You know, I think I've become completely desensitized to the smell of blood, Gyro said, as she mopped the floor of the training room while Kaminari scrubbed the walls. And I really don't know how to feel about that. Yeah, it's weird, right? Kaminari responded. This place looks like a psychopath's wet dream, but when I got here the only thing I thought was, man, this is gonna be a pain to clean. I mean, on the bright side, it'll help us when we actually see dead bodies on the field. Great, thank you for putting that in my head, Gyro told him, her words dripping with sarcasm. I really needed a reminder of how I'm going to run into dead bodies in the future. Thank you so much. What? I was just trying to point out a silver lining. Kaminari defended himself. You said you didn't know how to feel about it. I was just trying to make you feel better, you know. Oh yeah, I feel so much better. Knowing now when I look on at a dead body, I'll be able to think to myself, I'm so glad this smell doesn't bother me at all. Gyro gave him a cocky smirk. You really are a genius. Well, you're smiling, aren't you? Kaminari smirked back. TCH, only because you're such a massive idiot. Gyro rolled her eyes and went back to focusing on the floor. Hey, guys. Shiruku came into the room with a piece of candy and an insidious smile. I'm so thankful for all the hard work you've been doing. Hey Gyro, I brought you a gift. Hey, what about me? Kaminari asked, looking a little offended as Shiruku handed Gyro the candy. I'll make you a scarf or something, Shiruku said dismissively. Well, I'm off. Have fun. And with that, Shiruku scuttered off in a hurry, not saying another word. That was weird. Gyro shrugged, looking down at the candy, before popping it in her mouth. Sweet. What kind of candy was it? Kaminari asked curiously. Don't know. Don't think I've had this type of candy before. Gyro answered as she continued. Mopping. It was strawberry-flavored, I think. Was it chocolate? Kaminari asked. I just said it was strawberry. Gyro deadpanned. Well, what if it was strawberry chocolate? Kaminari defended himself. Strawberry chocolate. Does the stupid shit that comes out of your mouth ever stop? Gyro turned to look at him next. Have you ever heard of strawberry? Gyro suddenly stopped mid-sentence, as she noticed that Kaminari suddenly looked different. To her. What the hell? Why does he look different? It's not like he had time to change anything. While we were here, so what's happening? Unfortunately for her, Gyro ended up staring at Kaminari for much longer than she'd like, trying to pin why he looked different all of a sudden. And this didn't go unnoticed by the blonde. Hey, Gyro, you okay? Kaminari asked. You've been looking at me weird for a while. I know I'm handsome, but dash. It's not like that idiot. Gyro snapped, her face turning red after realizing what she'd been doing and hearing Kaminari's response. She quickly turned back to mopping the floor, this time more furiously than before. That damn idiot thinks he can say shit like that because he's good-looking. Wait, where the hell did that come from? Since when did I think that idiot was good-looking? I mean, he never looked bad, and his costume's pretty cool. But he's too much of an idiot to be good-looking. Even if it is kind of cute sometimes. Seriously, what's going on? Gyro's face seemed to want to stay that shade of bright red, as her chest felt funny in ways that made her freak the hell out. So much so, that she wasn't paying attention to what she was doing, and slipped over a puddle of blood. Kaminari reacted almost instantly, rushing forward and diving toward her, landing on the ground behind her, and letting her fall on his back. Gotcha. It took Gyro a second to realize what exactly had happened, but when she did, her face was even redder, and immediately got off of him, and scowled at the boy. What the hell was that? Well, I couldn't catch you in time, so this was the only other option, Kaminari explained as he got up, and saw that his shirt was now covered in blood. Great. What did you think would happen when you slid across a bloody floor? Gyro scoffed, crossing her arms and turning away from him. Well, I supposed to do, let a pretty girl get covered in blood. Kaminari winked at her and put up some finger guns. Not a chance. Somehow, Gyro's face went even redder. Are you son of Agar? Gyro turned around and stabbed Kaminari in the arm with her jacks. Oh, what was that for? Kaminari cried out in pain, rubbing the spot on his arm where she stabbed him. That's what you get for saying stupid things you don't mean. Gyro huffed. What are you talking about? Kaminari gave her a confused look. Calling me pretty. We both know I'm not exactly the most attractive girl in class. Gyro pouted, looking down at her chest. Don't give girls false compliments. It's a good way to get slapped. But I wasn't lying, I think you're pretty. Even if you have no titso. Kaminari cried as Gyro stabbed him in the arm again. All right, dumbass, then exactly about me is so pretty? Gyro asked him angrily. For some reason, her heart was racing with anticipation. Well, that's Kaminari took a good hard look at her, causing Gyro to blush even harder and look away again. I don't know. I guess your fashion sense is great. And there was the disappointment. Gyro didn't hate it how much her heart dropped when he said that. Really? My fashion sense? Great to know. I'll just be absolutely disgusting to look at if I let my dad choose my clothes. I don't know, okay. It's hard to explain why you're pretty. You just are. Kaminari shrugged. It's just something about you that's kinda attractive. The way you talk, move, everything you do is just so you. And I kinda think that's awesome. Maybe that's it. Once again, Gyro felt her heart do things she didn't want it to do. It was a weird compliment, and definitely not a conventional one, but that made it all the more genuine. Kaminari really thought she was attractive, and she did not like how much she liked that. TCH, don't think too hard about it. Your brain might crash. Gyro muttered. Hey, are you alright? Your face has been like super red ever since you ate that candy. Kaminari pointed out. Gyro's eyes widened as she realized that Kaminari was actually right. Whatever was happening, these weird feelings only started appearing when she ate that candy. Which could only mean one thing. Give 1 second, A spider I need take care of, Gyro said, dropping her broom, and started running out the room after Shiruku. Heh, guess she really hates spiders. Kaminari shrugged. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Kiba was walking back to her room from the kitchen when she walked past Toru's room and overheard something interesting. Oh my god, Fuku, you look so cute. She heard Toru squeal. I really do, don't I? She heard Fuku say, in a voice that sounded much giddier than what Kiba was used to. Kiba immediately stopped walking and looked at Toru's door with surprise and confusion. Fuku, what is she doing with Toru? And what's this about looking cute? We always said you were cute. Eri's voice was the next one Kiba heard. Thank you. I think you're cute too. Fuku giggled. Actually giggled. Now Kiba needed to know what was happening. She knocked on the door rather loudly. Given her strength, it was nearly impossible for her to knock any other way. What's happening in there? Oh, Lady Kiba. You can, actually, just give us a second please, my lady. Toru said. Kiba sighed. Fine. I will wait. But my time is precious, so do your best not to waste it. Of course, my lady. Toru giggled. Kiba heard some whispers on the other side of the door. She couldn't make anything out, but she was sure they were planning something. After a couple minutes, Toru responded again. Okay, we're ready. Come inside. Kiba squinted at the door with suspicion. I wonder what they did in those last 2 minutes. She opened the door and Aro. On the other side was Fuku, but she looked very different from how she was used to seeing. There was no hoodie in sight. Instead, she wore a brown and pastel dress, with a skirt covered in bears, and a big bear paw on top. She also had on brown stockings, and little bear paw shoes, and bear paw gloves. Her hair was also brushed and styled into pigtails, held by bear-themed hair clips, with a barrier headband on top. Fuku currently had both her pawed hands up, trying to make herself look menacing. And it was the single cutest thing Kiba had ever seen. Thud. Lady Kiba. Fuku shouted out in horror as Kiba fell back onto the floor, clutching her heart. I'm fine. I think I just saw an image of the afterlife. And it beautiful. Fuku said, as she pulled herself up and looked at Fuku. Fuku, what possessed you to wear such adorable attire? You don't like it? Fuku asked, looking discouraged. No, do not mistake my words. You look so cute I wish to burn your current appearance into my memory. Kiba corrected her. In other words, she thinks you look super cute too, Kiba. Toru giggled. Fuku started believing us about her being cute all of a sudden, and now she wants to dress up. Eri said, and now that brought attention to herself, Kiba suddenly got a look at her outfit. She was dressed in a bright ruby red dress, with some black accents and some red gemstones along the skirt. She also wore a pair of bright red shoes and a red hat, all of which made her utterly adorable as well. After taking a good long look at the two of them, really drinking in the sight, she turned to Toru. So these two have been here, dressing up in various adorable outfits, and you didn't see it fit to summon me. I'm sorry, Lady Kiba, if it helps I did take pictures. Toru said, trying to appease her. I trust those pictures will be sent to me with haste, Kiba said before she turned to see Fuku. Looking in the mirror again, smiling. Dear sister, as happy as I am at this development, you appear to be in an unusually good mood. I wish to know what caused it. Oh, I don't know. Fuku admitted. I just looked in the mirror, and I didn't feel like I was myself. I mean, I'm still me, but I don't feel like me. I normally don't like me, but right now I feel like someone that I do like. Fuku looked into the mirror, at her reflection, and smiled, touching the mirror. I feel like I like myself. While Fuku was smiling at herself in a mirror, everyone else gave her a confused look. Not quite understanding what she meant by that, but getting a general impression that it was a good thing. Well, you seem happy, so it must be a good thing. Toru surmised. Hey, Lady Kiba, can we dress them up in some of your clothes, please? Normally, Kiba would scold her for suggesting such a thing. However, the thought of putting Fuku in some of her more elegant clothes, I will allow it. Really, thank you, sis. Fuku said, giving Kiba a smile, brighter than any she'd given before. Thud. Kiba. Kiba closed her eyes as she lay on the ground. I have lived long enough to witness the radiance of 1,000 supernovas. Truly it was good a life. I can rest in peace. Lady Kiba, no. Toru shouted dramatically. However, before they could continue the bit, they heard the sound of running in the halls. Outside. Wait a minute, it was just a prank, shouted a panicked Mina as they heard her running by. We just wanted to improve your relationships. Shiruku shouted in that same panicked state. Come back here, you pink devil. They heard Ochiko shout, sounding very, very angry. You a dead woman, Mina. You hear me? Gyro yelled, sounding even angrier. I'm gonna fry you, why, a little bug, shouted Ken in his heat blast form. I'm an arachnida. Hot, 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 Shiruku cried. As the sounds moved away from them, as the chase continued further into the house, the girls all looked at each other. Should we be concerned? Eri asked. There was a short pause before Kiba answered. I'm sure father has that under control. Now, to my room. XXXXXXXXX. Mina and Shiruku stood in Izuku's office, in front of the greenette himself, with their heads held low and their bodies banged up. Mina was covered up in bandages, with bruises all over her face, the swelling very evident. Shiruku was also covered in bandages, with burns covering her body. And Izuku was looking over them with a deadpanned expression. So, I'm not surprised, I'm just slightly disappointed. We were only trying to help out and have some fun. Shiruku pouted. I'm sure you were. Trying to pair me and Ochiko, Gyro, and Kaminari. Trying to get Ken to admit that he appreciates his sister. Getting Fuku to finally love herself. At face value, these all sound like great things. Izuku sighed. However, once you actually think about them, you start to see why I said they were so dangerous. What if, while under the influence of the candy, Gyro did something she wouldn't normally, and then heavily regretted it? Love is not an easy thing to handle emotion, and it can cause people to do stupid things. And even if anyone got together under the influence of the candies, would they stay together after the effects wore off? Would it damage their relationship if they tried getting together? Would it damage their relationship if they broke up after the effects wore off? How would one party feel if they knew the reason they got together with someone else is because that person was essentially drugged into liking them more? Well, when you put it like that. Mina wilted under Izuku's logic, rubbing her arm. Sheepishly, Shiruku just looked at the floor. And as for Ken, what if instead of confiding in his sister, he pushed her away even more? Ken has a tendency to react rashly, and had things gone in a slightly different relationship, it could have done some damage to his relationship with his sister, which would have seriously hurt him. Izuku continued. And as for Fuku, well, I'll be honest. I've considered using Amai's quirk to do something like this with her before. It'd be nice if Fuku could appreciate herself. However, the ultimate issue with that is what happens when the effects wear off. Fuku enjoyed the feeling of loving herself so much, and she was absolutely crushed when I told her the effects weren't permanent. And it was a good thing I did find out, otherwise, she would have had to figure that out the hard way. Can you imagine how distraught she would have been, trying to figure out why she can't view herself in the same positive light anymore? Both Mina and Shiruku winced, as they felt the guilt crushing them like a boulder. Fortunately, nothing too terrible happened. Ken's a bit miffed and is gonna be upset with you two for a while, and Fuku's quite upset. But we can take some positives from this situation, Izuku revealed. Now I know a bit more about how Ken feels, which should offer good insight when I get him into therapy. And now that Fuku knows that she is capable of loving herself, she can work towards doing so without relying on Amai's candy. Ultimately speaking, we're very lucky that this panned out in probably the best way it could have. But things could have gotten really bad if just a few things were different. Sorry, Daddy. Shiruku apologized. I'm really sorry, boss. Mina also apologized. Don't apologize to me, apologize to everyone you affected with this stunt, Izuku told them, with a sigh. Although to be honest, I must take partial responsibility. I knew the dangers Amai's candies could cause if used incorrectly, and I didn't explain them to everyone. As such, I'll also take the time to apologize to everyone when I get the chance. Mina wanted to argue. This felt like something that was firmly her fault, but at the same time, she wasn't really in a position to talk back, so she held her tongue. All right, you two are dismissed, Izuku told them, sending them away. As Mina and Shiruku left, Izuku sunk back into his chair. I should have figured something like this would happen. Well, at least I can use this as an example when I'm explaining why not to use Amai's candies so freely. Well, back to work. And with that over, Izuku opened a file on his desk that he had been looking at. The file was for a young man, a therapist to be exact. He was a rising star in the mental health community, with his strange, yet effective quirk which he would use to help out his patients. It was far from conventional, and there was a warning that he couldn't work with anyone with suicidal thoughts or feelings, which made Izuku a bit hesitant. Still, he was quite curious, as apparently he was able to help people with serious mental issues and roadblocks, overcome them in an astonishingly short amount of time. And from what he read, it was just a darn interesting quirk, one he'd love to see in action, which was why he would be undergoing a session with the man before he sent any of the children, just to make sure this was actually safe. Ren Akira. Izuku said the man's name out loud as he read over the information. Hopefully, you'll be able to help us out. We desperately need it. Chapter end notes. So, some people wanted Mina to get a more serious punishment from Izuku. But it's Izuku. He doesn't really do serious punishment. Especially not for something like this, where ultimately the worst thing that happened was some people got really upset. As Izuku said, it could have gotten worse, but it's hard for someone like him to get overly upset about a hypothetical, especially since he knows Mina and Shiruku had no malicious intent. Mina didn't mean anyone any harm. She's just not very smart. Anyway, please review and have a nice day. This will be all for today. Next art coming soon, so please like and subscribe to get informed as soon as the next art drops.